Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Oh, boy. Thank you for hanging out. Also, Rain Dog, I don't think I said hello. Good morning, Rain Dog. Beautiful motherfucker. How you doing, man? Hope you had a good birthday. Rain Dog's birthday the other day. He'd never had mead before. This is while I was still in the impression that we were moving. It was Rain Dog's birthday, and we're talking about alcohol. Seamus. 27 months of Seamus. Welcome back, dude. Thank you very much. How are you? Rain Dog had never had mead, so I sent him just via a delivery thing while he was live. And I said, Rain Dog, go to your door. There's a bottle of mead waiting for you. So you can go back and watch the VOD of the birthday stream. If you want to hear his first tastings of mead. Need to get some? So good. Purple, you had a shitty day today? 7 of 9 co-workers are ill. Fuck me, dude. Ugh, yuck. Jesus Christ. Some people get all the luck. Mead's delish. How did you feel about the poured over ice combo? That's how I enjoy that particular brand of mead. Also, we're using DOSBox again, so fingers crossed. Ooh, boy. This is what I'm saying. Let me just close that. It lasts until the next day? Wow. Seamus still sober, by the way, man. It's come up on a few years now, right? Well done, dude. There we go. I fixed it. Yeah, we don't drink. We don't drink at all, really. The Scum VM support? Is there? January 1st will be 5 years. Wow. Okay, hang on. Add game. Ooh. The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. If they're from Boston? Right, I didn't know that. They're not Final Fantasy, fucking. Gabriel Knight. I think it's DOSBox again. I don't know how to send me a DM. Highly recommend Disco Elysium. It's on my list. It's been on my list for a while. Apparently it's hard to stream though. I don't know how that this. I don't know what to. That link doesn't help. Can I? Can I not just? Have the game to test. Look, let's just roll with the Steam version, and if I note any issues, then I'll look into the Scum VM. JAT, what's going on, mate? How are ya? Think Disco Elysium and suit the channel. Apparently the voice acted version is just a lot of sitting and listening. I don't know how entertaining that would be. Like, I don't know how entertaining I could make that. It is on my list. I just don't want to spend a whole game doing this. You know? But I'm willing to give it a crack, for sure. Because everyone who's played it has said it's amazing. I just don't know many people who have streamed it successfully. That's the streaming for you, yeah. I haven't played RimWorld, no. Yeah, Seamus, exactly right. I have heard that it is absolutely incredible. It's just... It's not hard to stream in the same sense of, like, you know, you can't stream and you can't play it and stream. It's more, it's not that exciting to watch or interesting to watch because you're not doing anything. But if there's ever a time I'm like, you know what, I need a game like that, it'll be right there. Gabriel Knight, the first Gabriel Knight game. Sins of the Fathers. Let's go. Am I reading this? I dreamt of blood upon the shore, of eyes that spoke of sin. The lake was smooth and... Okay, I was reading that. That's fine.
I bet. Just a minute. It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? I'm sorry, but Gabriel is allowed. Oh, I mean, he's out. Yeah, if he ever comes back, I'll tell him. You know, you could do better. I know I don't know you, but you could do better. Good morning. The phone's been ringing off the hook all morning. Let me know when you want your messages.
Ugh.
Gee, you're lively. Did you have another nightmare last night?
Sort of.
I told you it's that voodoo book you're researching. That stuff can seriously screw up your karma.
I'm sure that's it. Maybe I should write a horror novel on passive resistance instead.
What accent is that?
So don't
Jamaican?
slip. It's your body. Anyway, your handheld tape recorder came today.
Really? Great.
I can't wait to see what human rights you violate with this one.
I can't wait to violate them.
What?
For example, if you would just let me...
And I located some local voodoo references for you. Dixieland Drugstore and the Historical Museum of Voodoo. Both are right here in French Quarter.
How would I ever manage without you?
You? Give me a break. The devil himself couldn't change you.
Well, if the devil had great legs, perhaps, like yours.
And a riveting personality, I'm sure. Well, if you need any more research done, just ask. It's not as though we're swamped with customers.
Okay. I guess, yeah, we're in. Oi. Sounds like Bill from True Blood. Got that Bayou accent. Got that hidden 90s creepy sexual harassment out in the open right off the bat. Snooky Stackhouse. No, I gave him too much Arthur Morgan. You got that Bayou, Louisiana kind of sound. Cajun? Dude, season one of True Blood is actually really good. Eventually, True Blood went completely off the rails and got weird and shit. But I promise, season 1 of True Blood, if you watch the entirety of season 1 as a self-contained story, it's actually really good. I promise. Like, it's well worth the watch. It's really intriguing. Seen the series a few times now, yeah? Okay.
Blessed caffeine.
What?
Blessed caffeine.
The Italian nonna? Less of the caffeine.
Blessed caffeine.
Blessed caffeine. The coffee machine. Narrator voice. Text on.
Blessed caffeine.
Okay, so the...
St. George Books could use some serious renovation.
Andy!
I'd like to think that the place has character.
Thanks for the dollary-do, Bandy. Less of the caffeine. Turn the music down a little bit.
Today's newspaper is on the counter.
The Strain? I'm not familiar with The Strain. Thank you very much, Bandy.
Handsome, isn't he? The chandelier is original. Gabriel finds it charming.
That's another FX show about vampires.
He can't afford to replace it.
Wow, you can
St. George Book.
You can really interact with everything.
The books on the table have been chosen for their special appeal. Recent fiction by the biggies. In other words, nothing written by Gabriel.
Okay.
Gabriel looks at the cash register, checking for cobwebs.
So, is Gabriel an author? I actually don't know anything about Gabriel Knight. I was going to read like a blurb for the game.
The ladder provides access to the uppermost shelves
Thank you.
of the bookcase.
Explaining what a ladder does.
Gabriel plans to turn the balcony into a schmaltzy cafe. If he ever gets the cash.
Is he a bookstore author?
The books on the desk all need repair work.
Cabinet of Curiosities.
Three snakes in a skull. Gabriel's father painted it.
A struggling novelist and owner of a rare bookstore in New Orleans. Okay.
Grace keeps her art supplies here. The book rack contains cookbooks, true crime, and puzzle books. An inspired combination. Grace likes the little banker's lamp. She has the soul of an accountant.
So it's really letting me like look at everything.
The curtain doesn't provide much privacy, but Gabriel's rarely in his bedroom.
Take it easy,
during
rookie.
Shop hours anyway.
Don't mind if I do.
No, Gabriel.
Do what?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. So I've had a good look
The
around.
front door leads to Bourbon Street.
Bourbon Street. This thing.
Cute gargoyle, eh?
Guillermo del Toro produced an 8-part series based on short stories. It's a bit of Lovecraft. Right. Here we go. Okay, the walk icon, the ask icon, interrogation mode, the look icon, the talk icon, pick up, Open and close. Operate. Move. Inventory. Recorder. Allows you to play back conversations. Current score and maximum points. It's good to see you, Siege. How goes the game? We're literally, I haven't even moved yet. We just got started. We didn't, and speaking of haven't even moved yet, we didn't move. Long story. It's in Discord or in the VOD if you want to go back. Can I operate? No, that's push.
The coffee pot would get cold anywhere else.
Operate coffee machine.
The coffee has already been made.
I have to get through this without help.
My kidney's already floating, thanks. Like I haven't tried.
Jesus Christ. Talk to
Got a minute,
Grace.
Grace?
What's up?
Ask about Voodoo.
What can you tell me about Voodoo?
I didn't know much of anything about it.
What do you know about Reapers?
Until you started researching it for your book. Now I know that it's active in the city. There's that shop and museum. It can clearly be dangerous in the wrong hands. You should be careful investigating it.
Voodoo murders.
What do you know about the Voodoo murders?
Just what I read in the paper, same as you.
Tell me more about Reapers.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Well, I've only been here 2 months, but I love it.
Hey, Scotsman.
It's so much more alive than any place I've been. It feels like anything's possible here.
Oh yeah, if I can get through this game without any help, Fess is going to up himself to the $50 tier on coffee for the month.
Tell me about yourself, Grace.
Yeah, right, Knight.
He kind of looks like Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton?
What do you
No,
wanna
not Bill
know?
Paxton. Bill from True Blood. Bill Paxton is a completely different person. I don't know where I got Bill Paxton from. True Blood Bill. What's his last name? Bill Bloodsucker. How do you like working at St. George's?
How do you like working at St. George's Books?
Well, it's not exactly a huge intellectual challenge. Although
It's
the
just
math
Bill.
in your record books could
Bill.
confuse Einstein. Still, I love
True
old
Bloodman.
books, and it's a nice way to pay the bills while I explore the city for a summer. If you ever pay me, that is.
Bloomin? Bill Bloomin?
What do you do after work?
Well, I either go to my oil painting class or my Tai Chi. You know that.
You know, you can go overboard with this improving yourself stuff. You don't want to alienate us mere mortals.
I suppose I should just allow my mind and body to atrophy.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Jesus Christ. How old are you?
How old are you?
Old enough to know about men like you.
How come we haven't gone out yet? I don't really want to ask her that, but...
How come we haven't gone out yet?
I'm still waiting around for that lobotomy. As soon as I get it, I'll let you know.
Come back.
Just tell me anything at all.
I just got my master's in history and classics.
Nice.
My folks wanted me to go on right away for my PhD, but 18 years of school was enough.
I like
needed
her
a
too.
break.
His accent's a mess.
Just tell me anything at all.
I came to New Orleans because I'd read so much about it, and I thought, spending a few months here would clear my head.
Just tell me anything at all.
I've always wanted to do something really adventurous, Something real
Could
life.
she be the main
I'm
character?
sick of libraries and lecture halls.
How many different, pieces of information can I
Just
get?
tell me anything at all.
My folks are traditional Japanese.
Okay.
I don't even remember Japan myself.
You can
I
tell
was
me voice
thinking of
actors.
being in the States.
Or maybe as we see them? Who you can tell me that these two voice actors and the narrator.
Just tell me anything at all.
I've been studying Tai Chi for 10 years. It's a very spiritual discipline.
That's Tim Curry.
I'm sure discipline of any sort isn't something that would appeal to you, Gabriel.
That's not Tim Curry.
Just tell me anything at all.
My folks want me to get married to a boy back east, Mark Kobayashi. His parents
Fuck
are
off.
traditional Japanese too. I might eventually, but right now...
Just tell me anything at all.
My folks are traditional Japanese. I don't
King of
even
the
remember
Hill?
Japan myself. I was 3 when we came to the States.
Nothing, I guess. Never mind.
Suit yourself.
It sounds absolutely nothing like him. It explains the fucky accent.
Tell me about yourself, Grace.
What else do you want to know?
Nothing.
Suit yourself.
Do you have messages for me?
Dana called, and Susie left a message about a lawsuit.
Toss 'em.
Okie dokie. There's more when you want 'em.
The narrator is the woman who plays every cliche voodoo lady role. Yeah, that makes sense. The OG game, Tim Curry, Mark Hamill, Michael Dorn?
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
I think this is the original and not the 20th
I can't
anniversary
think of
version.
anything.
Okay.
Do you have more messages for me?
Your grandmother called.
I keep meaning to get over there. What did she say? Did she sound good?
She sounded great, and we had a nice little chat about
Eisenwookie, what's up?
Grace.
Don't worry. I didn't go into
I can't hear
detail
Tim
about your
Curry in that.
cardinal
It's fucking me up.
sins. Not that anything about you could surprise her. She adores you anyway.
She's my girl.
But she said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things.
Okay. Do you have more?
Here's a strange one. You got a call from someone named Wolfgang Ritter? He said he was calling from Germany. He told me it was urgent, maybe you should give him a call.
Okay.
Call Germany. Like hell. If it's really important, he'll call back.
Well, fine. Let's just hope he's not with the German lottery.
It's pretty
for
cool
beautiful
so far. I mean,
American
I've
authors.
had one conversation, but I'm
Do you have
curious.
more?
Your friend Detective Mosley called.
Detective
Talkative,
Mosley?
isn't
Especially with you. What do you want?
He left an interesting message. He told me to tell you that his mother's maiden name is Humphrey. Oh,
Should I be
that's
writing this stuff down?
P-H-R-E-Y.
Oh, no, I've got the voice recorder.
Fascinating.
And that he left some photos for you at the station, at the front desk.
It's about time.
Gabriel, those photos wouldn't have anything to do with the Voodoo murders, would they?
Now, why would you say something like that?
Because I know you. You're getting privileged information, aren't you? Did you tell him you'd put him in your new Voodoo book?
A writer has certain obligation to his readers, you know.
It's really fucked
Gabriel,
that that's Tim
you know
Curry.
you never put him in your book. Your main character is a female orthodontist. You're gonna be reincarnated as a pit bull if you keep screwing with your karma.
As long as it's a male pit bull with a really big...
That's enough. Thanks. Anyway, that's all the messages. Thank God.
Jesus.
Could you...
Sure.
I can't...
Like
Okay.
there's some roles that he's done with voice work where it's like, yeah, that is clearly Tim Curry. Like Nigel Thornberry. That's a good one. Okay, wait. Take. That thing's animated differently to everything else.
Mind if I borrow the magnifying glass?
Magnifying glass.
No, Sherlock. Just bring it back when we get the next estate shipment.
No problem.
Nice. And now I have a magnifying glass. Nigel Thornberry, yes, Tim Curry. What you hear him say one line and immediately be like, oh yeah, that's Tim. The voice actor game.
I don't want to alarm you, dearest, but I'm afraid I've lost the sight in my eye.
Move your hand, Nigel.
You can totally hear it.
Woman. I'll do this with my hands. And they're not mermaids, they're dugongs!
Yeah. Now you can go back and rewatch Wild Thornberries. What else can I take? What's this?
There's a pair of tweezers on the counter. Grace uses them for book repair work.
Can I take the tweezers?
I'm gonna take the tweezers for a bit.
Good. You're beginning to look a little scruffy.
Just trying to make you feel at home.
This game is 1993. Rocky Horror was 1973. You were going to chalk the voice up to those 30 years, but 20 years? 20 years. But yeah, Nigel Thornberry. Totally, like that's just him. Just having fun.
Oh,
Hey, Carls,
piece
good
of
morning.
shit.
Look at
The
tweezers.
tweezers from the bookshop are an old stainless steel pair that Gabriel's had forever. The magnifying glass is an expensive one with an inlaid jade handle.
That's the one, Alice.
An heirloom from Gabriel's grandfather. There's nothing written on the magnifying glass.
It's to read it, and that's
The magnifying
To
glass
open it.
doesn't open.
the read, open, look. Okay? Grace.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
I didn't know much of anything. Now I know that it can...
Okay, that's cool.
Do you have messages for me?
Dana called, and
Cost.
Oh.
Do you have more?
your grandma.
I-
She sounded great, and we had...
Great.
Don't worry. I didn't go...
She's my girl.
But she said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's thing.
Stop by
you have
Grandma's
no-
place.
Here's a string. He told me...
Ca-
Well, fine.
Stop by Grandma's
Let's
place.
just hope he's not with the...
If Gabriel took that down, the customers have to look at his messy studio.
Okay. Walk in there. To Mardi Gras. Nice.
Mardi Gras mementos left by some female or other. It's Gabriel's bathroom.
I really got to get around to cleaning up in there.
In there.
Jeans and t-shirts. A little cold bubbly and brie cheese is about all Gabriel's fridge ever has in it. Bills from
Fred, get
last
outta here, man.
Christmas
Rest well.
gather Dust.
Thanks again for bringing
On the
everyone
door.
around after your show. Always good to see you, man. Operate bed. Is he gonna get in? I'm like, he's just having a...
It's no use. I can't sleep.
G'day, Mill. Perfect meal. Bit of champagne and cheese. It'll get you through.
Gabriel cannot see a way to use that.
A printer? Typewriter? Fax machine?
Writer's block.
Typewriter. Okay. Go into the bathroom? No.
That doesn't seem to work.
Gabriel, shut the refrigerator, please. I could smell it from here.
Women.
Okay.
The dresser holds a meager supply of underwear and 38 pairs of mismatched socks. The dress, Gabriel's bedroom, the carpet was grand. Mardi Gras, several dozen books.
Okay.
The
Phone?
desk phone is cheap, but functional. Gabriel's mini stereo is a small trunk. The waist
Okay.
Gabriel
Um.
Gabriel likes a subdued. Gabriel's robe hangs on the wall.
A lot of information we don't need.
Medicine.
Can I take something from the medicine cabinet?
I'll take this hair gel.
Hey!
You never know when you'll need a touch-up.
There's nothing else. Gabriel might as well leave that here.
Thank you, Foxy. It's good to see you.
Gabriel might as well.
Take care. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for coming and
might need
hanging
a
out.
flashlight.
Hey! Flashlight. Beautiful.
Gabriel might.
I don't think putting on a Mardi Gras mask right now would help.
Gabriel doesn't need anything from the bookshelf.
Take the phone. Oh. See what happens. It's a very pleasing thing did sound, yeah.
Does
All my clothes look the same, so why change them?
Yeah.
All my clothes look the
Gabriel might. Gabriel might.
Okay. I think I got it. Now take the art book.
Gabriel wouldn't dare touch Grace's oil paints.
Operate ladder.
If you try to look down my shirt one more time,
I want to get
I'm
high.
leaving.
hell, just trying to refresh my memory.
What is that?
I know what you're
NOPD
trying to
stand for?
refresh,
Not
and
our
it's easy to
problem,
remember.
dude.
Get down.
Take newspaper.
Times-Picayune, dated June 18, 1993. The front page has an article about the Voodoo murders.
Voodoo murder.
The article says that the victims are all identified as members of the underworld. The general public of New Orleans is
Picayune.
in no danger. Police claim
I want
the
that one.
so-called voodoo trappings found at the crime scenes are fake, a scare tactic, and that the murders are not associated with any genuine practitioners. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day.
You can't help it, right?
Potential storms ahead.
G'day, Pitsy.
Proceed with caution and do not get involved with anything new at this time.
Right.
Gabriel cannot take that. It's a bit warm in here. Gabriel decides to wait until he leaves to put on his coat.
Okay. Go out the door.
See you later.
Oh,
See ya.
I heard a little bit of Tim in that one. Well, you know. Dixieland Drugstore, Historical Voodoo Museum, St. Louis Cathedral, Jackson Square Overlook, Napoleon House, Police Station, Grandmother's house. Oh, of course he's got a motorcycle. Hell yeah. He wears a duster. It's a cool duster, okay?
Gabriel, I'm so glad you stopped by.
Hi, Granny.
Sorry it's been a while, Grandma.
Not at all. Give us a kiss. Now come and sit down. Tell me how you're doing.
We'll talk to Granny. Oh, I can just right-click.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of
Bitsy!
course, my boy. How can I help?
Thanks for the 10 bangers. Housewarming takeaway. Yeah, fun fact, we didn't move. Long story, it's in Discord or in the VOD if you can be bothered going back. Thanks for the 10 bangers, man. Dusters were cool. Dusters were cool. I'm down for a good duster. I don't think I could get away with a duster. I don't think I can get away with it, but I think they could be cool. You had a duster phase. It was a bane and simultaneously the best coat you ever had.
Tell me about yourself.
This makes me think of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, surely you have something more interesting to talk about.
Oh, come on, Gran.
All right, then.
Shut up, Rain Dog.
What do you want to hear?
What do you do all day, Gran?
What do you do all day?
You know how I love to knit and work in my garden? I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old body like mine from stiffening up.
You're not old.
Oh, don't be foolish. I'm older than the hills.
Tell me about before you met Granddad.
Tell me about before you met Granddaddy.
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas, corn, cotton, all kinds of things. It was a good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight.
Tell me how you met Granddad.
Tell me how you met Granddaddy.
I met Harrison at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Jim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way." Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend Alma, and at one point, old Reverend Jim was flinging his hair around with his fire and brimstone annex, and a piece of it, one of those small add-on do's for man, went flying off. I swear, Harrison and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. It was then I knew that he was with me.
Fun story.
How you feeling these days?
Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry your head about it.
Tell me anything at all.
Just tell me anything at all.
I had your father when I was 22. The doctors told me I couldn't have any more after him, so I'm afraid I spoiled him rotten.
Okay.
Just tell me anything at all.
Anything at all.
I never loved any man but your grandfather, and I never will.
That's sweet.
Just tell me anything at all.
Pitsy,
I
thank you
hate to
again
admit
for the 10 bangers, man.
But I was a jealous little thing when your granddad and I were younger. I loved him so ferociously, and he did attract the eyes of the ladies, whether he wanted to or not.
Just
Anything
tell
else?
me anything at all.
I get lonely sometimes.
Okay.
Oh, nothing.
All right.
Ask about the Knight
Tell me
family.
about our family.
Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother?
Yeah, Rain Dog, it's she's carefully talking about it, isn't she? Talk about Philip Knight.
Tell me about my father.
Your father was my only child. How we adored him. Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did. They were 2 peas in a pod.
Okay. Harrison?
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21. He worked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip.
Margaret Templeton Knight.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans.
Sweat pouring off him because the dust is getting hotter.
And reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked defying her family. Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be a sweet gesture.
Maybe I will.
Okay.
You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
She's your grandma, dude. Don't be flirty. It's weird. Okay. Economics. It's good to see you, mate.
How you been, Gran?
just fine, dear. I'm sorry.
Don't be silly.
In the attic. All right, let's go up to the attic.
I'm going to go up to the attic, Gran.
Be careful of the dust.
They've closed St. Louis Cemetery #1 to the public. Right.
Gabriel doesn't want to take the clock.
What does Gabriel want to take?
It's an old...
Yeah.
That box of knickknacks has been up there for at least 5 years. There's a sketchbook on the chair.
Oh, a sketchbook. That sounds good. Can I take the sketchbook?
I think I'll take Daddy's sketchbook with...
An elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin. It doesn't seem to be running at the moment. The old velvet curtain,
Okay.
Grandma's attic, the brass bed. It's a lady's hat.
From Gran's Virginia.
Yeah.
That tennis racket.
Tennis racket.
Gabriel has seen these. Grandma's at grandma. A skylight lets welcome sun.
Okay. Operate the clock. Hello there.
The ring of symbols does not appear to have any mechanical function, but it
Make up a
does
song about
move.
Grandma's attic. How do I back out? Right.
Useless junk. Grandma's attic is a storehouse Grandma.
Creeping upstairs. I'm gonna go take a peek. I've been wanting to go up there all week. What do I find? What have you got in mind? Granny's got weird stuff. Granny's got weird stuff. Granny's got weird stuff. There's whips and chains. And there's a jar full of brains. She's got an Iron Maiden. I think she made a deal with Satan. I found a book on a shelf. Gonna peer inside. It's got instructions on how to tan a human hide. There's also a face stitched to another face. What is all this weird stuff? All over the place. My grandma's a serial killer. Or she's just got lots of weird stuff. Maybe grandma's a serial killer. Look, it's been a while, okay? We haven't done a song for a while. Serial killer or hoarder? Yeah, you decide. She's got, you know, there could have been a joke about a box of biscuits. Thinking there's biscuits in it, but it's just got sewing materials. But really, it's not. It's like sewing up materials for people. One more. I'll try again. Oops. Granny.
Grandma.
Granny, what you doing?
Granny, what you doing?
I came up looking for some Christmas decorations, but I found something else. You've got our weird things sitting on the shelf. It's a biscuit tin, and it's full of human body parts. I think the game crashed, I think is what happened. Oh no, hang on. We're good. Hi Amy Luck, how you doing? Look, I need to get back. I need to get back to improv. I need to work up my game again, you know? I'm out of practice. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
The ring of sin.
Ooh.
Why move that part of the clock? Nothing happens. Why move that part of the clock? Why move that part of the clock? The face of the clock. Why move that part of the clock? Why move that part of the clock? Why move? The ring. Gabriel doesn't. The clock won't open that way.
Serial killer grandma would be such an amazing niche. Bingo night turns into tense prey and predator scenario. Legs 11. I don't know if you've ever been to bingo. They got all these weird call outs. 69, dinner for two. They don't, that's not one.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Why move?
Okay. Well, I got the notebook. Oh, hey, can I use this?
Gabriel got the flashlight free and the jar contains. The flashlight has printed the label, the code. Believe it or not, Gabriel doesn't want to open that.
And how do I use it?
There's enough light.
Okay. I want to read. Grandma?
Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook, the way they must have haunted his mind. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they
Hey,
that he
Slumberjack.
finds it hard to believe they aren't from his own subconscious. Why move that part of the clock? Why move that part of the clock? Images.
I don't know if I can do anything with this.
Why move that part of the clock?
They're pretty cool drawings. I don't know what they're supposed to be, but I mean, they're pretty cool. Like, I mean, that's the one on the left. I could see like that getting posted on Instagram on some sort of illustrator's page, you know? Just occurred to me, I also need to rebuild a library. I used to have a library of instrumental songs for improv tunes. I had heaps. And I deleted it. This one's kind of cool. I need to rebuild that.
Why move that part of the clock?
No. Okay,
Why move that part of the clock? Why move that part of the clock? Why move that part of the clock? Why move that part of the clock?
All right, I'm done. I'm just going to go for a smoke real quick. He's working on a D&D campaign. Exactly. I want... I want some tunes. And tunes I want now. And tunes...
Why move that part of the clock?
How about while I'm... Yeah, perfect. This will do. All right, don't go away. I will leave you with these tunes. We'll do some break time shout outs. I'm just going to go run for a ciggy. And when I come back, figure out what the fuck we're doing. See you soon. Actually, I think this screen might be better. Yeah, that's better.
Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible.
Yo! Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out. Tim Curry on Critical Role. I don't think Tim Curry's going to be doing much now. Didn't he have a stroke or something? Last I saw him, he was wheelchair bound and couldn't talk much. I could be wrong. Banger. Oops. Okay.
Images haunt the...
So we found Dad's notebook. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope we're all doing okay. Feels weird to be back, man. I feel so out of sorts, you know? Sorry if I'm missing anything or seem off. It's because I am off. Completely.
The stairs won't...
Completely off my game today. But, you know, it's the first day back. G'day, Mike. How are you, dude? But I'll come good. Let's leave for now. We'll stop by the cemetery.
Well, Gran.
All right, dear.
Yeah, I'm just off my groove. I'll get back into it. Jeez, that is scary, Carls. It's scariest stuff. What the fuck?
The wall does... The marks are reddish in color and reminds Gabriel of crosses. They look like they've been here a few days at least.
Can I note it down?
I want a copy of these strange marks.
Gabriel can't take the marks with him that way.
What is that? A brick.
It's a piece of brick.
It's a piece of brick.
No, thanks.
Oh.
A stone angel stands silently before a tomb.
Okay.
A marble snake.
Vases seem to be a favorite decoration for the dead. Food, trinkets, and
A piece of brick.
New Orleans is famous for its above-ground tombs. The high water table prevents bodies
Is that true?
from being...
I didn't know that. You can't bury bodies.
The tomb is secured. Gabriel doesn't want it. Gabriel does...
Gabriel. Too much wetlands, right. Hey, buddy. Talk.
Hello there, got a sec?
What you need, boy?
What
How's
you need,
business
boy?
today?
About like every day. It's what
About
you
like
call
every
a
day.
seller's market.
Interrogate him.
Mind if I pick your brain a minute?
Go
Brain
ahead.
seller.
These folks ain't in no
Pick
hurry.
me your strongest brain. Dude, check this fucking guy out though. He's the blues man. Brick the cunt. He's a blues man.
Tell me about yourself.
My name is Toussaint Gervais. I'm the watchman here at St. Louis #1.
What exactly do you
Stab
do
him in the
here?
neck.
Oh, I keep the place tidy, cause, but a big part of my job, too, is looking out for the grievers, you know. People come to pay their respects, and they need looking out for. Sometimes they so grief-bound, they don't know what they doing.
I like this guy. I like how they pronounce. Yeah, they say Nolans, right? Like it's all like one. It's all one sound. Nolan.
Tell me about yourself.
That's about all there is to say.
Okay.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery
St. Louis.
#1.
St. Louis.
You know why the dead are buried in tombs and not in the ground, don't you? The water table's too high. Them coffins would float right out of their graves. Them dead would go floating right down into the water. Cause if it were Mardi Gras, nobody'd even notice.
Tell me something about...
It's a historical place. People buried in here from the Civil War and back further too. Take a look around, you'll see.
Melbourne. It's spelled Melbourne, but just say Melbourne.
Tell me something
Orleans.
about
Melbourne.
St. Louis Cemetery
Adelaide.
#1.
Just look around, just look around. You get the feel of the place.
Tell me some...
Just look around.
Okay, he's basically telling me to fuck off. Can I look into your little bag?
The old man is apparently doing some cleanup work. The marker reads, highly right.
Grand sister. She died young.
The lip sync's pretty good, right? Can I go in?
Gabriel doesn't... The tomb... Gabriel doesn't want to take the nameplates from...
Oh, this guy just walks in between the two screens. That's probably going to be a mechanic of some sort.
Gabriel... The marble and... There's... Gabriel...
Gabriel.
There's... Gabriel does... Gabriel... Why move that part of the clock? Using that on the tomb would be...
Okay. Magnifying glass.
Gabriel can see that. Using that on...
Tweezers. Gel. Brick.
Use...
Granny said I should come here. Brick.
I'm sorry to bother you.
What you need, boy?
Does this mean anything to you?
It's a piece of brick. You can find them all over the cemetery.
Oh, it pauses when I use this menu.
Those two objects. Looking at the series of crosses, Gabriel can't help but to think that they have a pattern and a
Is this
meaning
loss?
he is not comprehending.
Can I?
Does this mean anything to you?
Sure. I see them marks all the time on tubes. Don't know what they mean, though.
Okay. We'll come back. Exit. Napoleon House? I know what that is. What's a bar? Talk to this guy.
What's up?
Buddy, I think the place you're looking for is down on Bourbon.
What?
Hi, how's it going?
It's been worse.
Okay. Interrogate.
Could I ask you a few questions?
You'll give me the answers that I want.
Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment.
Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about
A good
yourself.
bartender listens to other people's life stories without telling his own.
Fair enough. Try again.
Tell me about yourself.
A good...
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
This crowd, the ones you see, are mostly regulars. That guy and girl in the corner come here a lot. When they're not fighting, they're all over each other. In other words, they're in love.
Okay.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They played every day for 20 years. Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games. It's not that he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time.
Anything else?
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
I'd call you a regular, Gabe. And one of our local writer celebrities, too. Been coming in here, what, 10 years now?
Don't remind me.
We're still waiting for that bestseller.
Don't hold your breath.
Right, Amira? Yeah.
What can you tell me?
That's about all I...
Okay, street musician.
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
I like music as much as the next guy, but they get pretty monotonous sometimes, you know? Like that drummer right outside. They say there's been a drummer outside Napoleon House since the day it opened. I like drums, but this character really gets on my nerves. It sounds like the same thing over and over. I just want to say, enough already.
Sounds like my life.
Anything else?
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
Don't know what else I could say.
Okay. I guess that's your meme fridge. Oh, you got the Xbox fridge?
Can I ask you some questions?
I'm here to relax, friend.
Okay.
Right. Sorry to bother you, but could I ask you a few questions?
I'm not that chatty type, am I, Sam?
No, you old bastard, you're not.
Okay.
Nothing like a good game of chess, huh?
Yeah, well, this isn't a good game. This is torture.
Oh, well. Have fun. So,
I'm concentrating.
Yakuza 0, Mr. Libido's Bizarre Adventure.
hi. How's it going?
What is it?
Could you excuse... With all the people in this bar,
Okay. Look at.
it's a Buster Napoleon.
Can I take anything?
The man can move himself if he doesn't.
Okay. It's a model swap with Kiryu.
Does this mean anything to you?
Can't say that it does.
That's fun. Okay. I guess we'll leave. Bookshop, Cathedral, Jackson Square, police station. Talk to Humphrey. A Yakuza point and click? Yeah, that would be good. We're finishing Kiryu's story in December. Remember this and Monkey Island being the first games you truly started appreciating good pixel art. You can see that there is a lot of effort put into it. It looks amazing. I would like to talk to you. I'm still yet to play Monkey Island.
Hey, nice precinct.
Think so? That's peachy. That means more to me than you could know. Hey, it's a beignet guy.
Beignet guy?
Great, I'm starved.
We got food delivery. Am I just waiting for this delivery to happen? That's Mark Hamill? Really?
Stay put, you. Hey, grab me 3, would ya?
Yeah, I can hear
Sure.
that. I can hear that.
Thanks.
What's a beignet? Okay.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
What do you know about the Voodoo murders?
I'm not allowed to give out information on police cases.
He even kind of looks like Mark Hamill if you look at the way his mouth moves.
Tell me about yourself.
Who, me?
Donut.
I'm the Death Sergeant Frick. Why?
Frick?
That's right. You got a problem with that?
Not at all. Tell me about yourself.
You see that front door?
Yeah?
Well, I watch people come in. See this book?
Yeah?
Well, I write people's names in it, see? People that bother me. Want me to put your name in this book?
I think not.
That's what I thought.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's out of the crime scene. Sorry.
Okay.
I was supposed to pick up some photos from Detective Mosley at the front desk.
Is that right? And who are you?
My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Yeah. I got something for you, all right. As soon as you're done talking, I'll give it to you.
Where is the crime scene? Is it related to the Voodoo murders?
Crime scene information is police confidential. We don't need any more looky-loos than are probably
This
already
is Jim
there.
Cummings, not Mark Hamill? Really? I can hear that too, but I could totally hear Mark Hamill. Interesting.
Here's that envelope for you, Gabriel Knight.
I can hear
Thanks.
Jim Cummings now. But I would have been totally sold if you told me that was Mark Hamill. I was totally sold that was Mark Hamill. How interesting.
The envelope from Mosley is a plain manila one. The envelope... Gabriel opens the manila envelope and finds 2 photographs.
Hello?
The photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation.
Jim Cummings is Winnie the Pooh, isn't he?
Academy.
And Tigger? He's definitely Tigger.
He had hair then. The photo... One of the
Cortez from El Dorado?
Is an official Voodoo murders crime scene shot. A graphic close-up of a victim.
He's done just about every voice role you can think of. He's in Mass Effect.
Gabriel can't...
He is Winnie the Pooh? Everyone's experiences work in different ways. Yeah. He's done so much stuff. How do I leave? Can I leave? I need to use the door. Okay. Voodoo Museum, Jackson Square, drugstore, Napoleon House.
Please select...
Okay, so I need to use...
Four pairs of binoculars.
Use binoculars? With the music. The band. Wonder how this will come into play. Jim Cummings was Minsk in Baldur's Gate? Really? He's done everything, man. He's been in everything. Okay, look.
St. Louis Cathedral. The original church on this site was built in 1724 and was named for Louis IX.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's leave. And we'll go down to Jackson Square. They're playing a slower version.
Good day, officer.
Yeah.
G'day, Luke.
You too. Keep moving.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Not now, buddy. I'm busy.
I should have noticed that.
Whoa,
Thanks.
mama.
Yeah, right.
Homicide team attend.
The other park visitors are...
It really did sound like Johnny Bravo, though.
People seem to be enjoying the park. A blues band and...
New Orleans Blues, man. Hello there. What are you doing? Bongos.
The drummer is busy. The other...
Okay, no one's super interested in talking. That's cool. There was a mime somewhere. Wait, that the motorcycle cop was literally Johnny Bravo? Oh, hey. A mime! Okay. St. George's Bookshop, Voodoo Museum.
Lucy, I'm home.
Really? I forgot you were gone.
Jesus. An I Love Lucy reference. Whoa!
Hey, kids.
Bruno, how nice.
Gee, a customer.
Of yours? Hardly.
How's the flower business?
Well, better than the used book business, I see.
Rare books.
That explains why I so rarely see anyone in here. Are you going to sell me that wonderful painting of yours today?
How much did you give me for it?
How much would you give me for it, Bruno?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Well, I guess I don't need the money that badly.
From the looks of this shop, I'm sure you will, my boy. And soon.
That guy looked like, Rain Dog, you might be able to answer this. I don't know if he's still around. When I was growing up in southeast Melbourne, in Frankston specifically, there was a dude who would walk around who would wear super tight short shorts and really high like sneakers, like high top sneakers, backwards hat, greasiest hair you've ever seen. I don't know if he's still walking around, but that's what that guy reminded me of. Let's see if I can find a photo or any description of this guy. Anyone who grew up in that area knows he was just always walking around. Frankston high tops guy. Sexy legs! People called him sexy legs. Where is he? There's just kind of photos of him. Oh, it's not a good photo. But yeah, you'd never miss him because this is, hang on. This guy. Hey Luna, how you doing? Always with the backwards hat, always with a puffy jacket, always with really short shorts and really high top either boots or sneakers. And he'd just walk around. What's that sign there? A Chisholm sign? Yeah, this guy. He would just walk around. I want to see like if there's anything else about him. Posts on Reddit. Guy who wears huge jacket, tiny footy shorts, and colorful shoes. He's like a mascot for Frankston. He's always walking like he has somewhere to be, but he never seems to get there. He's known on Facebook as the Frankston High Tops guy. I'm trying, that's what the florist look like. Frankston High Tops guy. As if there's not more information. It's one of those things. It's a list of people from Frankston. Just walking around. People call him sexy legs. It's fucking incredible. I'm gonna Google Frankston sexy legs guy. Just to see if anything comes up. Hang on. Oh, it's a tiny photo. There was a page, but it's gone? Right. Yeah. Always walking like he's got places to be. And you just kind of see him. And yeah, he's just around. Drug dealer? I thought drug dealer growing up. And he's got like this greasy black hair that's like slick grease. Like you can see how greasy it is. I don't know anything else about him. There's just so he is like Bigfoot. There's just photos of him blurry from a distance. No. I can't find anything else about him. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't see anything else. But that's him, and that's who the florist reminded me of. That's all I was getting at. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's a shame that the Facebook page is gone. Music box Jim, belly top boombox blasting 80s tunes. Amazing.
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry.
No one seems to know anything about these weird scribblings. Show it to Grandma? Take it to the museum. Maybe they know?
Good luck.
Horse guy.
Hi. Look around all you want.
Okay, thanks.
Do you know anything about this?
Gabriel doesn't see a way to use that there.
Do you know anything about this? Boombox in a trench coat. Amazing.
Do you know anything about this?
Nope.
No one knows anything about this. What the fuck?
Gabriel can't do a thing with...
Could I ask you a few questions?
I wouldn't be much help. You should talk to Dr. John, the owner. He'll be back tomorrow.
I see. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you know anything about this?
Nope.
Sorry, Bandy, I had the sound effects muted. I've been to Frankston a couple of years. Should go for a wander on the weekend. Yeah, stick on your best high tops. Backwards hat.
That doesn't seem... There is not...
Yeah, he's having a great time out there.
I'll be gone now, thanks.
Yarn
So
Dragon
long.
Tracy, how you doing? Played this game so many times because you love the voice cast. I'm having a good time. The cast is amazing. This... I don't really know.
Please.
Go to Grandma's house again.
Gabriel, come
Went out and
in.
gave him a pint. Amazing.
Hi, Gran.
Make yourself at home, son.
Okay, I will.
The wood in the bin is southern pine. Granny's knitting. She
What's she knitting? Can I have some?
steal Granny's knitting. Gabriel doesn't need any wood.
He might.
Gabriel does.
Okay, he doesn't want to take Granny's thing.
The stair.
Let's go back up to the attic.
I'm going up.
Oh, wait. I gotta ask Granny about the paper. Operate the clock.
The ring of sim. Nothing. No.
I don't know if I'm supposed to know what to do here.
Nothing. Why move that part of the clock?
Sword o'clock.
Not.
I'm just gonna be guessing otherwise. Okay.
Gabriel.
Back down the stairs. It says Gabriel's name differently in different. Yeah, Gabriel. 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 Show this to Granny.
That's it. Take a load off, hon.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
I believe that was your father's, Gabriel. You keep it.
Okay.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
Sorry.
Okay. These papers.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
Sorry.
On the wall are portraits of Gabriel's and Harry.
Okay. Magnifying glass.
Gabriel can see that Gabriel can
Gabriel.
That item cannot be read. The photo of Mosley reads, "Cop nerd," to Gabriel's eyes. The murder photo has nothing written.
I think it is Miss Cleo. I think it's the same person.
Those two objects. That item. The tweezers from the. Images.
Don't.
It's a piece of brick.
It's a piece of brick.
Well,
all right, bye, Granny. I can see why Fessa was adamant I wouldn't get through this without help. It's a piece of brick. I'm into the drugstore.
Hi.
Hello there.
The mask appears to be made from a real crocodile head. The glass jars
And wooden.
Yeah.
the shelf hold contain. The signs say, Special Saint Jean Eve, Lagnappe, free bottle of lover come back to me oil, or master gambling oil, with every purchase
The little
over
bling, bling,
$50.
bling.
Lagniappe. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means. A little something extra.
Okay. So why did it...
It does.
Mind if I ask would you...
All right, questions.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
It's the biggest night of the year in Voodoo.
What goes on exactly?
I couldn't say.
Uh-huh.
Tell me about yourself.
My name's Willie Walker. I own the place.
Willie Walker.
Tell me about yourself. How did you get into this kind of business?
Why should I discuss my business with you, man?
Look, that's a good question.
Tell me about yourself. How did you get into this kind of business?
Why should I discuss my business with you, man?
That's a very valid answer. It's not great for a point-and-click game, but... Okay, what do you think of this?
Do you know anything about these crosses? I think there's some kind of code.
Looks like a lot of hen tracks to me, man.
At least he answered it properly and not just, this doesn't mean anything. Want some hair gel?
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know it.
This...
Does this...
Okay. Grisly photo of a murder.
Would you mind taking a look at this photograph?
Cabri Sancour.
Cabri Sancour. What does that mean?
Fuck off in French.
Nothing. I didn't say anything like that.
Cabri Sancour.
Can you tell me anything about these murders? Does any of this voodoo stuff around the body look familiar to you?
Don't you come in here asking me about this stuff, yeah? 20 years I run a respectable curio shop in the French Quarter. That don't mean I know about dead bodies and all this. Oh, forget it, man.
Curious.
Does it?
Very, very curious. Okay.
To get what's in the case, Gabriel would need money. To get the shop.
Nachos, fucking brohim. Good morning. Go back to bed. Fair enough. Thanks for 25 months, Nachos. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for popping by. Go get some more sleep.
Lucy, I'm home.
Really?
I wish you wouldn't keep doing that. The music box sound. It means something important has happened, yeah. It's a little indicator noise.
That doesn't...
See ya.
Does this mean anything?
It's a police academy graduation photo. What
Now
of it?
all I can
Just
hear is Jim
check it.
Cummings, yeah. He's got that kind of gruffness to him. But it's like his own specific kind of gruff.
Does this mean anything to you?
Hey, where'd you get that?
Nowhere.
Well, you shouldn't have that. Put it away before I decide to keep it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does this mean anything to you?
Nope.
Winnie the Pooh, Tigger, yeah. The voice that I can never unhear with Jim Cummings is Cortez from El Dorado. He's just got this. It's when Miguel and Tulio, is that their name? They're on the ship, and he's got the delivery of the line. Hang on.
Cortez. My crew was as carefully chosen as the disciples of Christ, and I will not tolerate stowaways. You will be flogged,
And when we put into Cuba to resupply, God willing, you will be flogged some more. And then enslaved on the sugar plantations for the rest of your miserable lives. To the brick.
Oh, man. It's so good. All right. Cuba. They were meant to be lovers originally, but DreamWorks refused? Really? Optimus Prime? I don't think so, but he probably could get away with it. Hey, how about this piece of brick?
Does this mean anything to you?
Nope.
Journal.
Does this mean anything?
El Dorado was like one of my favorite animated films ever. It's so fucking good. Also, what's her name? Chell? Chell. You know? Come on. Napoleon House, Jackson Square, Granny's house. I'm already lost.
My... Make you...
Got to show the right thing to the right person. Okay, we've got Grace, Desk Sergeant, Grandma, Willie.
Tell me something about...
You know what?
Tell me... Tell me something about...
Okay. Bartender. Desk Sergeant. Crime scene.
Where's the crime scene?
Crime scene information.
What do you know about the Voodoo?
Detective Mosley.
I'm here to see Detective... Tell me about yourself. Rick? I was supposed to pick up some photos.
Hey, Fessa. Yeah, I'm already lost.
Tell me something about Grant.
Yup.
Tell me about my...
Your... Fit.
Tell me about your...
Well... I met Harrison.
Yep.
I had your phone. Oh.
Yeah, Fessa's put a $50 fucking bet on the line that I can get through it without any hints or tips or help. I could check back
Grant,
at the bookshop for messages. So I do only have, what? Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
I wish you wouldn't wear that coat outside in June.
Three
It'd
more
snow you from here.
3 more streams after this to finish this, so I may bail on the bet and just ask for help at some point, but I'm going to get as far as I can without. I'm also going to up the speed a smidge.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Brit sends call. Rev Damnation. Tier 3. For 34 months. Jesus Christ, Rev. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very fucking much. Welcome back. How are you, man? Hope life has been kind lately. Not on the road again for the 50th time this year.
Do you know what Caprice encore means?
No. Sounds French, though.
Well spotted. Capri Sans Corps. I mean, okay, is it wrong of me to, like, do a French to English translation of that? Just for meta knowledge?
Face your heresy!
Rev. Fly home tomorrow. Fucking hell, man. I think you spent more time out of home than at home this year. Would it be wrong of me to, like, just Google what it means? Or can someone tell me what it translates to? Or is that like a game spoiler? I don't want to spoil anything. I'm just curious myself what it... they'll tell me. They'll tell me what it means. It would give me too much information.
Could you do some research?
Sure.
I can't.
Okay.
Tell me about
What else?
I
just got my master's in...
Yeah, they'll tell me in game eventually.
nothing, I guess.
Suit yourself.
Hey, Jersey, how are you?
Do you have messages for me?
Nope.
Okay. Capri Sans Corps.
I've got some things I need
You want another ciggy?
Uh-huh.
Does a bit. Who would understand what that means? Voodoo Museum?
Hi.
Okay.
I didn't actually have a good look around in here.
He's got more hair than Mosley.
In Waco right now, fly out of Austin tomorrow. You're close to APOC and Amira, aren't you? They're in Texas. Fly to Oregon for a week, then back home for a weekend, then off to Denver. Fucking Jesus Christ, dude.
Reminds me of
I don't speak fluent French, no. Omelette du fromage?
On the table is a small coffin.
Charm.
An official voodoo wish and stump. Rub it and make a wish, a card says.
Rub it and make a wish.
Even if that...
I wish I could afford to take Gran on a cruise.
That's sweet. Close in Texas is relative.
I wish Grace were as hot as she looks.
Jesus.
I wish I could have...
The back wall displays various voodoo items. A poster advertising a voodoo tour.
The light
of the
reflecting
city.
off the Skelly's face, isn't it
Winters
amazing?
only.
Like an hour and a half? Oh, wow, okay.
A striking portrait of a turbaned woman is on the back wall. A beaded gourd is on display.
Could I ask you a few questions?
I wouldn't... You should talk to Dr. John, the owner.
I see.
I have 23 of 342 total possible points.
The snake that display.
Don't like Waco? It's a racist town, really?
So, how's the museum business?
I don't know. I don't normally work here.
So,
I don't know.
Sundown Town? Do they still exist? I've heard of those. Didn't know they still existed. Holy shit. There's quite a few in Texas. Wow. That's fucked. It's 2020. It is the current day. It is the current day. And Sundown Town still exists? Jesus fucking Christ.
Do you know any?
Nope.
She doesn't know anything. She's not gonna help much.
Gabriel, can that the doorway is...
Just told to avoid going there. Wow.
I'll be gone.
So long.
I need to ask someone what that French phrase means.
Hi.
Coincidence,
Hi there.
how are you, mate?
Is this your store?
This is a Dixieland drugstore, and I own it, me.
Gabriel doesn't... Gabriel...
So, this is a voodoo store, huh?
Voodoo? No, man, this is a curio shop. The things you see here are from local folklore. None of it's real, I tell you for sure.
What about these magic oils and powders you're selling? Aren't they a part of voodoo?
Read the label, man. We make no claim. Sold as curio only. It means what it says, no? These are novelties, not voodoo.
Interesting, the French
So does any of this stuff
influence.
actually work?
Are you crazy, man? These are just curios, novelties for the tourists.
So, do you get many tourists in here?
We all the time. They want to buy a bottle of money-drawn oil or a wanga bag to take home with
Wanga
them.
bag.
So does any of this stuff actually work?
Are you crazy?
Gabriel doesn't...
So does...
There's no one...
Okay.
Can I ask... What did you mean when you said Cabri sans corps?
I didn't say that.
You did. I heard you say it.
You heard wrong, monsieur. I said no such thing.
Tell me about... How did you...
What?
Interesting.
Can you tell me...
This is a novelty.
What can you...
I've lived here all my life, me.
What's this...
I've seen...
I haven't got much else to say.
What do you know?
Monsieur.
He really doesn't want to talk about these voodoo murders. He's so fucking sus as fuck. Take a jar?
The jars look... The...
Take
There's
a jar?
no room.
That does... The jar...
There's no room for him in the bookstore.
To get the mask, Gabriel would have to buy it.
Wanga bag.
Gabriel cannot. That doesn't...
It says I need money. I
Gabriel
don't
can...
have any money.
Gabriel can...
No thanks.
Gabriel cannot...
I don't know what that stuff does.
The post itself isn't available.
Okay. That's fucked, Apog. Wanker bag. Who can I talk to? Someone at Napoleon House would understand French?
Hi, how's it going?
Do you know what this is?
Does this...
Can't say that.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Does the phrase Cabri sans corps mean anything to you?
This is a raid!
You know what goes in it?
See, you
I
can't.
don't think it's a drink.
All that matters
Oh.
is can of fucking oil.
Then I probably don't.
That's a raid!
Gray! Thank you very much for the raid, dude. How you doing? How was your stream, Gray? G'day, Alan. How are ya? Oh, fuck! Has the move gone? Long story short, it didn't. it didn't. Oh, I'll ask the graveyard guy if he knows what Capri Sun's core means. What are we getting up to today, Gray?
Excuse me,
Appreciate
sir.
you bringing the party around town.
Mind if I go? Do you have any idea what Cabri sans corps means?
No.
Fuck. No one knows what it means.
No.
St. John's
Mind if
Eve.
I pick your
Played
brain a minute?
Amnesia.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
nice.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
Why, St. John the Baptist is the patron saint of voodoo.
Really?
Sometimes we get some weird goings-on in that cemetery on that night. More often, a few nights before, people taking grave dirt, bones, and more.
That's pretty disgusting.
Yep. Don't know what they do with them, but it can't be pretty.
Okay. John the Baptist is the patron saint of voodoo. Did not know this. I don't know much about voodoo. St. Louis Cathedral. Maybe someone there knows French.
Why do that with the cherub? Why do that with the cherub? Why do that with the cherub? The door isn't going anywhere. Why do that with the cherub? Gabriel cannot do anything with the chancel.
Okay. Let's have a look at it maybe.
The chancel of St. Louis Cathedral consists of a raised dais, an altar, 2 pedestals, and a choir area. At least the cherubs are an aesthetic way of asking for donations.
You didn't know about voodoo until playing this? Right.
That door must lead to the priest's
Confessional.
Gabriel cannot go in there.
The voodoo woman from Pirates of the Caribbean. Will have a touch of destiny.
It's a cushion kneeler. A mesh window provides.
May I help you, my child?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm here for the glory hole. Did you give me a blessing?
Could you give me a blessing?
Do you feel the need for a blessing, son?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
All right, if it will comfort you.
The priest
Take care,
blesses
Ellen. Thanks for
Gabriel
popping
through
by.
the confessional window.
Peace be with you, son.
Thank you, Father.
A mesh window.
Can I talk to the
It's a cushion.
Can I talk to the priest again?
The panel behind the mesh window. The confessional is empty. And it.
Is that all? Where'd the priest go?
The curtain. There's the door. Gabriel can. A mech. It's a.
Can I use it? Oh,
May
there
I
he is.
help you, my child?
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah.
The confessional is not the best place for interviews, son. You can contact the parish offices if you need private counseling.
I understand.
Is there...
I'd like to make a confession.
I'd like to make a confession.
All right, if it will make you feel better.
I've had a lot of women, Father.
A lot? More than 10?
Yes, Father.
More than 20?
Yes, Father.
More than 40?
Yes, Father.
Son, I don't think this is a matter for a priest. I think you need a good therapist.
Yes, Father.
Is there anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Goodbye, then.
You just went in to
Peace
fucking...
go with you.
to brag to a priest. Okay.
There's no. Flags of the world are displayed.
Yeah. Flags of the world.
St. Louis Cathedral.
Is that it?
Rose.
Is that... I'm trying to right click through the fucking...
Gabriel can...
Trying to right click to make the process a little faster, but... What's this?
It's a picture of Christ. The vase adds appropriately.
Look at yourself in the mirror.
I love my hair.
Gabe saunters into the confectional box. What up,
Green
virgin?
candles. Could that mean something?
Probably not.
A freshly starched black priest's shirt.
Oh, I'm gonna take it.
I can't resist black.
I took a priest outfit.
Gabriel cannot. Gabriel doesn't. It's a priest. It's a. That object. That I. It's a priest.
How do I use it?
There's no reason
to wear it at the moment. I stole priest clothes. Why did I steal a priest's clothes? I mean, why not? Can't resist black. Zero fucking Enix. 37 months. Zero. Thank you so much, man. Holy fuck. That's a lot of months. Thanks for bearing with me through all of them. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. How are you, Zero? Stealing a nun's outfit is a bad habit.
Mimes.
Shut the fuck
up. Oh boy. He seems to
talk to the mime.
Since Gabriel can interrogating a mime would be an exercise in frustration. The other part, the Cajun.
What's he doing?
Why, you nasty thing, you. I'll call the police, I will.
Why is the mime...
Hey, stop picking on me. I'll tell my dad.
Why is the mime harassing a child?
The other part.
The mime in a priest
Gabriel
outfit.
Doesn't want to encourage the mime by showing him anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Gabriel, give a hoot. Give a hoot.
What does that
The
mean?
garbage can has no function other than to...
Dude, seriously.
Well, I never. Leave me alone, you man.
That doesn't...
That being an insult, I mean. Fair enough. You man. There's just a band in every part of this fucking park. How do we leave? Exit. I really have no idea. Who speaks French? Who do I know that speaks French? Grandma? I feel like I already spoke to Grandma. Just got back from a driving test. How'd it go? A bit early for a driving
Gabriel,
test.
come in.
No.
Hi, Gran.
Make yourself at home, son.
There's a driving test at fucking 8:50 in the morning.
Granny might...
Can we talk?
Of course.
Cabrit Sans Core.
Do you have any idea what Cabrit Sans Core means?
Something without something, I think. My French is so rusty. I swear my mind is going.
It's okay, thanks.
Sans without. Cabri. Well, hang on. I watched The Boys recently, and what's his face? Frenchie called what's her face? Mon coeur, which I don't think it's love. I think coeur is love. It's something endearing. Something without heart? That's what, Moncoeur? So something without heart. Cabri. Cabri. So what the fuck is Cabri then? Cabri without heart.
Granny might.
And that's if they're the same word.
Does this mean?
Sorry.
Well, Gran, I better get going.
Something without
All right,
heart.
dear.
And he said that in response to me showing him the murder photo. So he might have just been telling me off.
Hi.
If I show him again.
Look at the voodoo paraphernalia around the body in the photograph. Are you sure you can't tell me anything about it?
No, I don't know anything about it. Nothing.
Fair enough, Zero. I mean, yeah, practice is practice.
Who knows what?
Look at the
priest outfit.
Does it?
Dude, I've got no idea. Cop shop, Napoleon House, bookshop. Gonna do the Lucy thing again?
Phew, it's humid out there. Made it back though.
Oh,
3-day weekend,
boy.
less than 24
Party
hours before
time.
Pay 03. Fuck yeah. How's all that new shit about Helena Taylor admitting that she didn't give the full truth in the first time through?
There's no reason to. Gabriel can't.
What a fucking mess, huh?
My hair looks perfect the way it is at the moment.
Okay. I've got these things.
Gabriel can't.
Half-truths and accusations, was it? Yeah, she wasn't honest about how much she was originally offered.
It's Gabriel. Looking at the series of crosses, Gabriel can't help but to think that they have a pattern and a meaning he is not comprehending.
Oh, I don't understand. Why do I have tweezers?
It's a priest's shirt. The balcony floor needs work and is unsafe.
Like I don't even want to. Don't
do what?
If wishes move that wall. Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Request research.
Sure.
Nope.
I can't.
Okay.
What can you tell me?
St. John's Eve? Never heard of it. It must be a local custom. New Orleans love any excuse to celebrate.
Are you sure?
I told you.
Tell me about it.
What else do you...
I
just got my...
Nothing.
Suit yourself.
Do you have...
Nope.
No messages. Oh, I don't know.
I'll be back later.
Have fun.
don't know. I don't know. If she'd been honest and was making an argument that voice actors deserve more, fair enough. But yeah, lying about the, not lying, but omitting. Omitting, the full truth. It doesn't look good. Especially when you're trying to boycott the game. If you're going to come at the industry like that, like, yeah, voice actors should be paid more. Absolutely. But if you're going to come at the industry like that and expect big change, you can't leave room for stuff like that. Manipulation of narrative, yeah. There are a few things that bugged me about the whole thing. One was saying that Jennifer Hale didn't have the right to sign anything as Bayonetta. I thought that was unfair. Because she played the role, regardless. And it's not even the fact that it's Jennifer Hale. It could be anybody. I know I have voiced how much I like Jennifer Hale a lot over the years. But it could be anybody. It could be literally anybody. And I would make the same argument. But yeah, to omit the fact that she was offered a lot more than that, and the 4,000 was for a cameo. Yeah, it's not good. G'day, Chaos Nova. How are you, mate? Deliberately obtuse. Well, it's deliberately hiding all the facts to make yourself look better. You know, and again, when you're going to come up against the industry, you can't really do that. You bought Stubbs the zombie. You know Steve Buscemi is in that? He's the main character. Nice, Nachos. Yeah, it's backfired now, big time. I mean, I don't think she'd ever voiced anyone except Bayonetta, but now I don't think she's going to voice anyone. I have absolutely no idea who to talk to or where to go. Talk to Nachos? Yeah, you're here. Can.
A grinning grotesquerie tops one section of vases. The right found a statue of the mark. The mark.
My mother.
The marker reads.
Daddy.
The mark.
Grand sister.
The marker reads.
These are Grand's folks. I never knew.
The mark.
These are Grand.
Okay.
The right. The Gabriel. The
nameplates. Interact.
Gabriel.
There's nothing to operate.
Hi. I'm Rebecca's grandson.
Much as when they were alive, the right elders give no response.
I do remember that, Nachos. That was a good time.
Hi. I'm Rebecca's grandson.
Much as when they were alive, the right...
Grand talks a lot about you, Harley. How's it going, Granddaddy? How's it going? Hey, Daddy. Hey, miss you, Mom.
Okay.
It's using
magnifying glass, brick. Notebook.
this is the last.
The last 13 years have been mostly Bayonetta, right? Difference between a grotesque and a gargoyle? Is there one? I've never heard them be called a grotesque before. Helena Taylor was in Halo 5 as well. Yeah, nachos, exactly. That's exactly what it sounded like. Someone who gave a fuck and, you know, poured their heart and soul into a thing and wanted to be treated equally and fair to now seems a bit above her station, you know? A gargoyle is designed to have water flow through it, otherwise it's a grotesque. Interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting. The more you know.
This is the last. Those two objects.
I got nothing. I don't know if it's just because my brain is fried or if this is obtuse, but...
The marble and
No.
Gabriel, seeing as how this is a cemetery, Gabriel, the marble, Gabriel, San Luis, Gabriel.
He's leaving.
The wall.
No way. Something might answer.
The marble.
Okay. I feel like I haven't accomplished much. I feel like I've just been walking in circles. Any breathy posh VA? Yeah, you're right. She wasn't the draw of Bayonetta. As much as she probably wanted to be. Unreal though. It's just so funny that this all happened, you know. The game's due to come out in what, 3 days? Accomplished plenty. We explored Granny's attic and found Nigel Thornberry. AO3's tomorrow. Wow. Napoleon House. There's maybe some more people I can talk to there. Nachos, did you know that the voice actor for the main character in this game, Nigel Thornberry, are the same voice actors?
Hi, how's it going?
It's been worse. You peckabud.
It's Tim Curry.
Nothing like a good game of chess, huh?
Yeah, well, this isn't a good game. This is torture.
Oh well, have fun. Hi, how's it going?
Could you excuse us? We're talking here.
On the voice actor for Nigel Thornberry, because I thought that was more I thought that would be more of a funny way to say it.
Hello there.
Excuse me. I was talking to the lady.
And she was listening raptly, I'm sure. Better not. Her boyfriend doesn't look too friendly.
Dude, I've got no fucking idea. Tweezers.
Better not. Her boy... Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Does this mean anything to you?
Does this mean...
No.
I was saved by the coffee.
Who's that now? Bubba? Bringing in a coffee?
Does this mean anything to you?
No. Now, do you mind?
Hold on. Bubba T fucking C. Dude, thank you very much for the coffees.
You're just about the worst chess player I ever knew.
Very
Shut
fucking
up,
kind of you, man.
Marcus.
How are you, Bubba? I hope you've been keeping well. Thank you very much for the coffee. It means a lot, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Coming soon to a screen near you.
That's not fair, man. You can't get me while I'm stretching. Alright, I need caffeine. Bad. Hey! Rev. Rev bringing in Culiotsa, Naga, Tiger Lil, Nerdy Creature, Amy Lark, Tired Sandwich, Debuff Bluff, Slayer, Guhimi, Naluna.
I was saved by the coffee.
Raoul Dukington, Deluette, and the 1000th gift sub from Rev to Esley. 4 digits of gift subs, Rev. What the fuck? Also, I saw a little coffee from Rain Dog coming through there. Rain Dog coming at the crime tier on coffee. Thank you very much, Rain Dog. It's fine. It's very fine. It's fine.
I was saved by the coffee.
Jesus Christ. Carls! Is today re-up day or something? You need coffee bad? Have some coffee. Thank you for the coffee. I am going to go get a coffee, I think. I will go and get a coffee in my body. Thank you, Rain Dog, Bubba, Carls. Rev, thanks for, Jesus fucking Christ, 1,000 gift subs in the channel. Since when? How long have you been here for? It says since March this year. That's not correct. Because you've been sub for almost 3 years. So about 3 years of being here. 1,000 gifties in that time. That's fucking ridiculous. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for looking after me. Just flopping your big girthy cock on the table. Since Castlevania, so that's 2019. Yeah, 2019. That's fucked, Rev. Thank you so much, man. Jesus, look at the fancy badge he's got and everything. I've never seen one of them before. That's cooked. It's all shiny and shit. I've never seen that before. Sailor! Ugly fucking sailor. with the 2-pack. The Corbs and Zetrov. Thank you very much, Sailor. Sailor was also gifting subs during the reruns. Like a mad cunt. Thank you, Sailor. Good lord. It was specifically Symphony of the Night? Right. Fucking hell. Taylor, I love you. Thank you very much. Rev, Jesus Christ. Thank you, everybody. Seriously. When shit is shitty, you guys make it feel a lot less shitty. And shit has been very shitty. Thanks for making it not shitty. All of you. Thanks for everything. I'm going to get a coffee. We're going to figure this out. Where the fuck I'm supposed to go. See you in a sec.
Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible.
Yo! Welcome back. Oh. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. I bailed on the coffee. Just got a Monster instead. We have some really tasty coffees, but I was like, no, I just need caffeine in my system like right now. Doing some Batman nachos. That's exciting. Be good. Stay away from the wasabi, yeah. The hot sauce. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. So. I'm trying to keep track of all the things I'm trying to do.
Yo.
I'm gonna leave. So, we've got a few things. One is the French phrase that the guy said when I showed him the murder photograph. Cabri sans cœur? Core? Cabri sans core? Or something? We have an inventory full of stuff. Capri Suns, cool.
Lucy, I'm home.
Really?
I got these photos, tweezers, magnifying glass. I got the sketching. I got a priest outfit.
Blessed caffeine.
Blessed caffeine.
God damn it! This is a raid!
I can't see, you can't see. All that matters is can the fucking horse see?
That's a Rainbow Zilla. Hello. How you doing? Coming in with a cheeky raid. How was your stream? Chezzy babe, how you doing? Are they Zeebs? My master? My master. How you doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you, Zilla. How was your show? How you been? How's life? How's things? I'm playing some Gabriel Knight, and I'm a bit stuck at the moment, but, you know, we're getting there. How are you doing?
Today's newspaper is on the counter.
Late Night Mop? And then you played Thanksgiving Day, the horror PS1 style game, right? Never heard of either of them. Are they newish indie games or something? Late Night Mop. I hate a late night mop. You can't see shit. Slipping all over the place.
Gabriel, look.
I can't take the newspaper. Interact with the coffee?
The coffee has already been made.
It's made by Markiplier's editor, right?
Gabriel cannot. The books cannot be.
You can interact with this.
The gargoyle has no wishful thinking. That doesn't.
Open newspaper.
That doesn't seem. Gabriel's not interested in opening the book. Gabriel cannot. Gabriel opens the cash register to examine the tape.
Hell.
Or, in the case of St. George Books, the
Lixian? Oh, there's cash!
The gift set.
Hold up.
Gabriel, that's all the change money I have. Touch it, and you can...
Would I do that?
Okay.
I trust you can live without this old gift certificate.
Knock your...
Gift certificate.
The $20 gift certificate for St. George's looks pitifully new and unused.
Don't know how much that helps me. And Thanksgiving Day is a game made by Clone Corp. Releases on Monday. Nailed the PS1 horror nostalgia. Right, sick.
I'm out of here.
Have fun.
Okay, well I got something. I got something. Where do I take the gift certificate? To the drugstore? I don't think he's gonna...
Hi.
The move never happened, Rainbow.
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know anything.
No, he doesn't want that.
There's no reason to use...
Okay, he doesn't want that. That's fine. Places that I've been that haven't done much. The cemetery, we could probably get more out of the cemetery. The Voodoo Museum has given me nothing. Jackson Square has given me nothing. Granny's clock.
It's my favorite.
There's the clock in the attic, but I don't know how to... Clock!
Your only grandson.
Make yourself.
Actually, it was my dad's. My dad's big clock.
There is not.
It's in the attic.
I'm going up.
I don't know if there's anything else to interact with here.
Gabriel doesn't... The clock...
I don't know. Hey, Fessa.
The hands do not appear to have any mechanical function.
Oh. Oh! How the fuck? I mean, this... It could be literally any time and any combination of symbols.
Why? Nothing.
So I need to figure out... Is it this?
It's Gabriel's sketch.
No.
The photo.
No.
Gabriel looks.
Open. Lion? Is it saying that? Is there a lion symbol?
God damn it!
Elbel!
This is a raid!
Hello!
I can't see, you can't see. All that matters is can the fucking horse see? That's
a raid. Elbel. Thank you very much for bringing everybody around town. How are you? Oh. APOC, please. Another APOC. We have 2 APOCs. Big Ben, how you doing? Obit. Hey, Obit. The babe with the... With the what? The babe with the what? Seem familiar. You remind me of the babe. Welcome in. How are ya? Quasky, g'day. Oh, you know each other? The APOCs are familiar. It's a bunch of fucking hooligans. Hello! Elbel, how was your stream? What were you getting up to? I am playing Gabriel Knight. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Point and click Sierra game. If you know Sierra games. Gabriel Knight! What's up, dude? Welcome in. Played Blood Rain. Fucking oath. Very nice. Blood Rain. Damn good to have you here, Al. Anyone here not following Rainbowzilla, who was kind enough to raid just a moment ago? Rainbowzilla is wonderful. And Elbel as well. Kind enough to bring everybody around town. Come and hang out with us. It's my first stream back in a week. And I'm wrapping up Schlocktober, where we're just playing schlocky, campy horror games from the 90s. And I'm trying to figure out what the fuck.
Images hard. The images.
Am I supposed to get anything from that notebook?
Gabriel can't.
Is it 6 o'clock on the play school clock?
Nothing happened.
Is it 3 o'clock?
Nothing happened.
I don't know.
The face of the.
I don't have any. 420? Blaze. It. It's not 420.
Happens.
Worth a try though, right? I've also been told if I can get through this game without any help or assistance in any way, there's $50 on the line, which is pretty good. I'm not going to say no to that.
Gabriel.
But it's entirely dependent on me doing it. Samu Riley, what's up, dude? Slept from 2 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Fuck me. Solid sleep. Must have needed it. Is there anything here that can tell me?
Image.
All I can do is look. I can't flick pages or anything. Blood Rain. I've never finished Blood Rain, but I've played it and I've seen the movie. The Uwe Boll movie. Classic. How was the move? Yeah, long story short, I didn't move. It's been a fucking hard week. And I'll leave. If you're curious, I talked about it at the start of the stream today if you want to go back and hear the full story. But the TLDR, yeah, didn't end up moving. It's been a very hard week. Lion, demon, snakes. 3. There's 3 snakes. Is it 3 o'clock? Is that what it's telling me? 3 rings. There's a lot of 3s on this. Nah, you're all right, El. It's all right. It's all I was talking about for months.
The hand, the face of Gabriel.
Move.
The face, the face.
3 o'clock.
Granddaddy, you old fox.
Ooh. So then what?
Why do that? That would.
What did I get?
The old photograph showed Gabriel's grandfather with 2 other men that Gabriel has not identified.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
The letter is addressed to Heinz Ritter.
I heard about Heinz Ritter.
Whoever that is.
Can I read the letter to Heinz?
The letter is written in German, but Gabriel determines what he can about it. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter.
Schloss.
In Rittersberg,
What is
West
Schloss?
Germany. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed
Mein Sohn?
Wilhelm Ritter. One of the reoccurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjäger.
Schattenjäger.
The only thing that Gabriel can decipher about
Something,
the letter
Hunter.
is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of quill-tipped, bold strokes
Hans Gruber?
and underlining.
Okay.
Coming soon to a screen near you.
I'll have a shot of Jaeger. Hi, Haru. Good morning. What are you doing? Haru's come to say hi. Biff. Morning, Biff. You had one Uwe Boll film on DVD and you would regret getting it? What was it? He did a few. House of the Dead. House of the Dead. Blood Rain. Far Cry. You had Far Cry? Yeah, Far Cry was pretty bad.
The state.
Okay. So it was your 3-month sub anniversary, now it's saying 4? Which is it? I don't know.
That's it.
Postal?
Take a load off, hon.
It's
Can
to a
we
fight with the
talk,
guy who
Gran?
designed the game.
Of
That's
course.
fun. Ask about... Aha! You can ask about all sorts of new shit. Schattenjäger.
Have you ever heard of a Schattenjäger?
Schattenjäger? Schattenjäger.
They both said it differently.
How odd, Gabriel. I haven't heard that word in years. My goodness, you've given me a chill. Old Granddad used to say that sometimes in his sleep.
Really? Do you know what it means?
No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once. I don't think he answered me. Odd.
And cat hair all over my desk.
Thanks, Gran.
Thank you, Haru. What about Heinz Ritter?
Do you know anyone named Heinz Ritter?
Heinz Ritter. Oh, Gabriel. Where did you hear that name?
I found a letter in Granddaddy's closet.
I promised I'd never tell you or your father. But I suppose it doesn't matter now.
Tell me, Gran.
Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America. He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived.
His name was Heinz Ritter. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Looks like Morton Harkett from Aha. Sad Conan O'Brien. Hi, Haru. Have you come to say hello? Is that what's happening here? You've come to be in the way. That's what you want to do. Come to say hello and be in the way. She requires pats and scratches. Give me 1 second. Why can't you be like other streamers' cats and just sit in one spot, look pretty? No. You've got to be so needy. So needy. 1 second, this is an obligation.
You're sweating. Relax. Take a deep breath.
What doing? You want to say hi? Heinz Ritter.
Granny, my...
Cat
Well,
distraction
Gran,
game breaks.
I better get going.
They're unavoidable, I think. On a computer that only had an internal speaker, the park was the worst. Kid that was tap dancing? Oh, God. No, not the cathedral. I wanted to go to the park. Fuckity.
Gabriel, why?
Leave.
There is...
God damn it! This is a raid!
Ben!
I can't see, you can't see. All that matters is can the fucking horse see?
That's a raid! Fintrovert! Hello!
You white-faced geek! You want to eat my fist?
Ben, how was your stream? Good to see you, man. Anyone here not following Fintrovert? Also missing out on some fucking top quality Finnish nonsense. My favorite kind of nonsense is top quality Finnish nonsense. I wish this mime would leave people alone. Oi. He's so annoying. Oi. He's just following me now. Sherlocking some homes, admiring some perfect sound direction. Oh, he's really just doing this now, huh? Fuck off, dude.
Well,
Haru, what are you doing? She's... Everyone on Earth has always fucking hated mimes. They're the worst. Haru, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, get off it! Get off! She's attacking the mime! Good job. Yeah, get him. Yeah, get him. Yeah, get him. Forgive how messy my desk is. You are rude. Did you get him? Did you get him? As long as you don't scratch my desk, my monitor, I mean. That's fine. Good job. You got him. Well done. If he starts following me around, does he stop once I get to... Oh, he's still going. But then he starts following... He starts following someone else. That's interesting. How far can I get him to follow me? I need to keep him away from other people. Where do I want him to go? The cop?
Hey, cut that out. I told you to stop that.
What you doing?
All right, mister. You want some of this?
Gabriel likes his own cycle much. Gabriel does. A cop has driven his motorcycle. Gabriel picks up the headset and
Why
listens.
am I doing this?
Ambulance 911, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed you 3 times.
Damn! Did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club?
South. Lakeside Drive north of Piedmont Pier, south of the country club.
Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what. Good thing this guy's already dead.
Everyone's having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning.
It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. Got it, Molly.
Thank God. Have a good one, 911.
Okay.
Interesting.
So,
Stupid mime. Hey, you! Get away from that bike.
Sorry.
So I did... Haru. What are you doing? What can you see? Is it the mouse?
Coroner requests assistance at TheMonolith.
What are you doing? What are you doing? This is my camera for mini painting, which I was going to do before I packed away all my minis into boxes. What are you doing? You're just having a look? Now it's a cat camera, exactly.
Gabriel can...
So hang on. Was that what I was supposed to do to get the location of the crime scene that Mosley's at? I see. So now I can go talk to Mosley at the crime scene? Ah, okay.
The crime scene team is still at the site. Gabriel parks a bit out of the way and walks over to avoid adding to the general confusion.
Sorry for wiggling the mouse around. Haru's just watching it. It's really cute. There's so much to look at.
It's all coming together.
Mostly.
Huh? Night, you wiener. I told you not to call me that.
Feeling jumpy?
Who, me? Don't be stupid. How'd you find me?
Oh, I was just driving by.
Well, for the book, But don't tell anyone I let you see this, huh? It's another one. As you can see, same MO and no frickin' clues. We're still waiting on an ID for the body.
That's disgusting. Isn't this a rather, public area for this kind of thing?
Yeah, they're frickin' ghosts, these guys. Lakeshore Drive isn't exactly the 10 expressway, but it is open to the public. No reports and nothing. Now, who the hell is that? Good day, Miss Getty.
What's going on, officer?
Detective Mosley, ma'am. We've got a little problem here, but nothing for you to be concerned about, Miss Getty.
I see. Thank you, detective. And good day, gentlemen.
Whoa, I'm in love.
Forget it. That's Malia Getty. She's about as far out of your reach as the moon. Probably on her way to meet some guy with a yacht right now.
Near here?
The lake's a popular place for country clubs.
If she's out here a lot, maybe she saw something or heard something.
Man, nobody ever sees or hears nothing. I told you. Besides, you just don't go around bothering people like her.
We've about wrapped it up, sir. It's another clean sweep.
Yeah, let's get the meat wagon moving then.
Do you want to leave an officer here, sir?
Nah, just leave the tape up for a few days.
Yes, sir. If you'll excuse us, sir, we'll take him away.
Haru, please.
Stick around and take notes for the book if you want. Watch out for the muck in
What's
the
little hand doing?
moccasins, though. I'll be back at the station. Stop by if you want to go over the case some more.
Thanks.
Okay, that is definitely Mark Hamill. I can hear that that's Mark Hamill. It's his normal voice. He's just doing like a southern kind of accent. I like it.
There seems to be a pattern to the lines in the sand, but if there is a pattern, it's smeared. There's only one small area that's clearly defined.
I haven't played Monkey Island. I want to. What if I take my notepad? Take a note of this.
Let me try to get this down.
Hello there.
The partial pattern from the crime scenes intrigues Gabriel.
She's never done this while I'm streaming
What does it
before.
mean?
She's never done this. It's really sweet. Turns out Haru likes point and clicks. Size of the sprites, yeah, like she can just see.
Out damn the spot. Will these pristine banks ne'er be cleaned again?
30. Thanks for the 300 bits, mate. I've played many games with a stationary background and a mouse moving around in front of it. That's true, I haven't. 30, thank you for the 300 bits. I'll make sure Haru gets it.
Gabriel is on the sand and clay shore of Lake Pontchartrain, at the site where some poor bastard got to see who the Voodoo murderer really are. The site is now deserted.
I'm just hoping that she doesn't scratch the LCD.
Police
That's
tape
all.
mark.
Can I take the police tape?
Gabriel cannot. That doesn't. Lake Pontchartrain is in, but you. Gabriel is the site.
Can I take some of this blood? I don't know why I would need to, but... Okay. We'll go back to the cop shop. And talk to you.
Hey, nice precinct. Kinda quiet.
Yeah, okay.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
Detective, Schattenjäger?
Have you ever heard of a Schattenjäger?
Can't say that I have, but it sounds dirty.
Sounds dirty. Detective
I'm
Mosley.
here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Cool. So, this way? I know a new Monkey Island just came out recently, right? Like a sequel? We should do Monkey Island sometime.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes?
So, what's it like being a policewoman?
The glamour never ceases.
Hello, Mosley.
Hey, mostly.
It's you, God help me.
So, how's it hanging, bud?
Lousy. I hate crime scenes. People are sick fucks. You know that, Knight?
I'm starting to get that impression.
Hearing Mark Hamill say fuck, there's something weird about it. I don't know why.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
All right, Mosley.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
That's coming up, isn't it? We get some occasional weirdness in the quarter, but nothing much. Used to have a lot of strange things happen, though, or so I hear.
Okay, Capri Sans
Do
Call.
you have any idea what Capri Sans Car means?
Hell no. Is that French? My mother spoke it, but I always had hard enough time just speaking English.
True enough.
Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about yourself.
For the book?
Sure, why not?
Okay, what do you want to know?
How do you like working on the police force?
How'd you like working on the police force?
Are you kidding? You know I love being a cop. In New Orleans, it's the best place in the world to be one.
What are your plans for the future?
What are your plans for the future?
Well, you know, I don't like to count my chickens before they're hatched, but I don't see why I can't be the chief of police in New Orleans someday. I already know the mayor, and my record is one of the best in the department.
And he's got a
sure
swanky
it's just
yellow
a matter
jacket.
Of moments, mostly.
Yeah, you'll see.
Got any hobbies?
Got any hobbies?
Yeah, making your life miserable.
I'm serious. Don't you shoot or chew or something like that?
No, I'm a freaking ballet dancer. Jeez. Yeah, I was #1 at the Louisiana State Fair Marksman Contest. I play trumpet, too.
Trumpet?
You know, put your lips together and blow.
Yep, that's how trumpet works. How's the home life?
How's your home life?
Oh, real funny, Knight. Why don't you just bring in some freaking salt? Well, you know Annie left me. My home life is shit.
Right. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mosley.
Just tell me anything at all.
Remember how we used to play monkey in the middle? We used to piss off our senior year teacher.
Okay, so they went to high school together.
Ms. McKelly? You'd act like you were gonna toss her an eraser or something, then you'd throw it to me over her head. And we used to do it at your grand's, too. Like with the remote when she wanted to watch her soaps.
Yep. And it was a great way to pick up women in the library. Oh, those were the days. Oh, nothing. No.
It's you.
Okay, case status.
What's the status on the Voodoo murders case?
It's going. Can't seem to make any progress, though. Sluggish damn case. It's weird.
He does have the chin of a police chief.
What's the status on the...
Yours...
Coffee.
How about getting me some coffee?
Coffee? You want coffee? Should that surprise you? Nah, you've always been a caffeine addict. It's just that what we got here hardly qualified.
So, I'm desperate.
It's your stomach. I'll get you some when we're done talking.
That long?
All right.
He's going to get me coffee. Does that mean I'm going to have unimpeded access to his desk? For a moment?
Don't touch anything while I'm gone.
I'm going to touch everything.
Gabriel would prefer. Gabriel does. Gabriel would.
It's coming back.
Here, drink it.
So that's meant. That's
thanks.
Clearly an inn.
Gabriel would prefer.
Maybe I should have a look around.
Mosley's desk has Mosley, the back, Mosley's off. Logs of unsolved case. Mosley's logs of nice polyester art.
I was hoping
Mosley's book, a microwave. Police department. Police.
Okay, I don't know what to do about that.
Can I ask you about you?
Photographs.
I got those photographs you left for me.
Start slapping everything in the office.
Great.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Astonishingly lifelike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Got any more ideas for photos for the book?
A cop author photo might be nice.
A cop author photo might be nice.
You and me? Together?
Why not? Of course, you'll have to try to tone down your masculinity.
Well, okay. I'll call the police photographer.
Hey, Hope, how are you, mate? Back from a doctor's appointment, gonna be on some semi-experimental antidepressants.
Franks, come here a minute, would you?
Trying to help you with
Bring
your mood
your
and
camera.
sleep. First time, so you're nervous? I hear that. What do you say, babe? Do you want to, like, DM me the name of it? I'm just curious as to what it is. Sev knows about medical stuff really well.
What
I
did you
don't.
need, Detective Mosley?
Just curious
We need a
about it.
picture, please. And make it a good one.
Or if you're not
huh,
fast, you can
sweetheart?
just say it.
Sure, sweetheart.
I hope it helps, man.
Say, chintzy.
Was there anything else, Knight?
Shaddy. 13 months. Unlucky 13. Playing some classic Sierra. You know it, man. It's good to see you, Shadamar. Thanks for sticking with me for over a year. Mirtazapine. Mirtazapine? You know that one? Mirtazapine. Sierra was pretty much your childhood, right? Take another one.
Let's take another one.
I hope it helps,
Okay.
man.
One more. Franks?
Ready? Smile.
Okay.
How about one of me and Officer Franks?
Gee, I don't know. Franks? Just kidding, Franks.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec while I go check
hold
my
on a
hair.
sec while I go check my hair.
Good God.
Hope, I fucking hate that shit, man. I know that exact dialogue. And it's awful.
There's nothing. The gauge is fixed. An office. There's a. It's in a locked cage. There's a photocopy. There's a photo. Gabriel scans the bulletin board. And Gabriel. It's a.
Now, why would I be allowed to leave like this?
There's nothing in. There's nothing in.
What do I want a copy of?
There's no reason.
No reason to photocopy that.
There's no reason. There's no reason to photocopy. There's no. There's no. There's no. There's no reason.
No reason to photocopy that. I just don't know.
I've already got it.
I don't know what other reason I would have to have access.
There's no reason.
Oh, I'm supposed to grab a document from the office.
Would you just get in here?
And photocopy it. Did I miss an opportunity here?
Hurry up. Okay. Thanks, hon.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I've missed an opportunity for something here.
If Gabriel, the photo.
I have.
That's nice, but
I copied those marks. Really? Do you want to see?
No.
We have our own copy. Okay.
I found these strange symbols
Condi,
on
good morning.
Marie Laveau's tomb at St. Louis Cemetery No. 1.
I'm sure any extra voodoo stuff you dig up will make an interesting story, Knight, but I'd rather stick with the case at hand, personally.
Okay, he's not so interested.
If
I have the.
That's.
Those two are the if
I have the.
Okay.
Can I ask you about some
You
stuff?
know the Slock and Horror? Yeah, man. Insult him? Patting around
Do
bodies.
you know anything about the patterns around the bodies?
I'm a little lost.
Yeah,
but...
weird, huh? All 7 victims had those little marks around. We got all the marks on file, but we haven't figured out what, if anything, they mean.
Can I see the other 6 patterns?
Sure. People like that kind of stuff, don't they?
Yeah.
Might make the book seem more mysterious. Go talk to Officer Frank.
Nice.
I got those
So.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Have you ever...
I'd rather have...
So she's going to let me see the file, and then I'm going to go for a photo.
The suit.
And then photocopy the file, maybe?
Yes.
Can you get a file for me?
What file would that be?
The Voodoo murders file? Detective Mosley said I could see it.
Really? Well, if he said so.
She's going to go get the file, which is in there. And then I can look
There
at
it
it.
is. You can look at it all you want, but don't leave this area with it, okay? And no photocopies either, I'm
Cool.
afraid.
Oh.
Now I go in
Talking
here.
to
And I open the file.
The police file contains partial patterns. The police.
Okay.
The police.
Don't leave the room with that file, please.
Oh, but now I know where the file is.
There's no reason.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Cool. Disco Elysium? I don't know. I haven't played it. I don't know if it's similar.
Can I ask you about... I got the... Let's take... What? I don't think... Really?
Here we go.
Franks, come...
Norco has a similar kind of style.
Now what, sir?
That clown wants...
Get a photo.
Of course not.
Anything? Hold on.
Okay, go and check my hair. Then I leave. And I grab a file.
Let me see that file again.
And then I use the file on the copier.
Just want to check this machine here.
Very nice. And then I'll just pop that.
Gabriel wouldn't. There's no. The door.
How do I need to put the file
There's
back?
no point in you. Gabriel wouldn't.
No.
There's no reason.
All the subtlety of a flying mallet.
If I want to open...
Officer Frank wouldn't.
Yeah, I know. So how do I put the file down again? Ah. Nice.
Would you just get in? Hurry up.
Quick, sit on the photocopier.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, was there another file in here that I wanted to access, or is that... G'day, Cow. How you doing?
It's Gabriel's. It's
Take that and compare it with that.
Those two.
I don't know what to do with...
If Mosley would only.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. All right.
There is not.
I'm going to hit the road.
Have a good one.
Okay. Maybe I can take all of this. I was going to microwave in his office, right?
Hello.
Really?
And get you to research the symbols for me? Request research.
Sure.
Malia Getty.
I can't.
Fuck.
Okay.
Oi.
Could you?
Sure.
Could you see what you can find out about a woman named Malia Getty?
The name Getty sounds familiar. What's your interest in her?
Oh, just, you know, stuff about the Voodoo murders.
G'day, Lana Rama.
If you could get an address...
Long story short, the move didn't happen. If you need more details, it's all at the start of the VOD.
Else?
It's good to see you, Lana. Cow,
Okay.
hope we're doing good.
Do you have...
Nope. Well, it's about closing time.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay?
Built a new custom mini paint station. Your husband got you. That's exciting. I'd love to see what's in it. What goes into a build paint station? Oh, it's nighttime? It's so small. What the fuck?
mask I wore as I approached. I was what I am not. I thought the pattern was unclear. Its meaning could be false.
Good morning. Don't you look swell today? Actually, swollen.
Oh.
So have some. There's a fresh pot on the table. Seriously, you look like hell. Your hair is sticking straight up like a... Oh. It always does that. Never mind.
Ha ha.
Did you dream about the fire and the hang guy and that lion thing last night?
Leopard, not lion. Did you get anything on Malia Getty?
Well, I did get her address, but you're a little out of your league here, big fella. The Gettys own 3 local hospitals, just to name a few of their assets. They run in very high circles.
Did you get an address?
I got the address. I suppose this has nothing to do with the fact that Malia Getty is incredibly gorgeous. I should have known you wouldn't go for a rich, ugly socialite.
And that address is...
Hey! Far be it from me to postpone your total humiliation. It's 557 West England. That's a garden district, a state city.
That's all I wanted to know. And yes, my dear, Malia Getty is the most dangerous-looking diversion I've ever seen. Ouch!
Oy, men.
Hello, Plod. Good morning. How are you, man? Yeah, there was a bit of Tim Curry in that one, wasn't there? Any messages?
Do you have
Nope.
Could you?
Sure.
I can't think.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going in.
All right. We have a new place to go. Getty Estate. On your bike. Fancy looking place.
The front door of the Getty mansion looks unusually solid and heavy.
Same.
Potted roses mark. The garden district is the huge trees bare.
Okay. Let's go and knock on the door.
Gabriel can't
get inside unless he's invited? Like a vampire?
This door. The door. Gabriel can't.
Hello?
There's no one.
Knock, knock.
Gabriel can't.
You've already got me, you lucky devil.
This door.
Hello?
There's no. The garden district. The windows are made of thick.
APOC. Bringing in Plod for 37 months. Plod, welcome back. APOC's got you covered. This month's on the house. APOC. Mwah. Smooches. Thanks for covering Plod. Getting covered in APOC. I think of worse things to be.
Gabriel. The
knocker. Use the knocker.
I'm doing the best I can.
There we go. They call him Quick Draw McGraw. Magazine subscriptions for sale. I'd like to see Malia
I'd
Getty.
like to see Malia Getty, please. I'm sorry, but unless you have an appointment or official business, I cannot announce you.
I do have official business.
I do have official business. Really? Please tell me the nature of your business.
Is that also Tim Curry? A murder most foul.
Does this do anything for you? No, it does not, sir.
Tim Curry talking to himself.
Does it? No. Does it? No.
Does it? No. Love the music. Can I push him?
Gabriel can. Gabriel can. Gabriel can.
Does this? No, it does not. Does no, it does not, sir. Not sure what else I can do here. Does this? No. Brick to the face?
This is the last.
Brick to the face. Does this? No. Just as I thought. Should I put the priest robes on?
There's no reason.
Okay, so I need something. Tweeze him in the neck. Crime scene.
Gabriel wouldn't get far on foot.
Malia Getty. I can ask some people about Malia Getty.
Hi.
It's.
Could I ask?
No. Do you recognize?
Those who object.
Does this mean an?
Maybe I go back to the graveyard. Full Throttle. And played Full Throttle. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, yeah.
Bonjour, Monsieur Walker.
Oh, bienvenue, Madame Casino. Comment ça va? How you be feeling today?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Walker. I'm certain someone's buried a slip-knot bag somewhere near my steps. I haven't slept a wink in weeks.
Oh, don't that beat all? Well, you're gonna need some easy night candles then.
Do you think that would help? I do hope you're right. I said 3 rosaries this morning for Our Lady's intervention.
Rosaries are good, sure enough. But you burn those candles too and you're gonna whip any old no-sleep gree-gree, I tell you for sure.
Very well, Mr. Walker. Put them on my account and send them round to my house. Oh, and there's another thing. I didn't catch her at it, but I know Mrs. Lefebvre put stomachache powder in my tea at the last meeting of the Creole Grand Dames. Oh, I've been in misery.
You put 9 pinheads up in a little box, add a pinch of graveyard dust, and put it under her front porch step. That'll turn the trick back on Mrs. Lefebvre, and she'll be the one with the bellyache. I have the pins and the dust right here if you want them.
If the Blessed Virgin will grant me her protection, I'll be safe from these practitioners of evil.
Oui, madame. Though it don't hurt to be proactive none neither, now does it?
Naturellement, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Mais non, madame. It is nothing. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Monsieur Walker.
He's totally ripping this lady off. Because I thought he was like, oh, none of this stuff works.
There's no one there.
Can I ask?
Madame Cazeneuve.
That customer of yours, the little old lady?
The box art for Full Throttle.
The woman I saw in here. Madame Cazeneuve, you called her.
I don't talk about my customers to men who come in off the street.
He says that like I don't live here?
It's important that I talk to Madame Cazeneuve. You see, I'm doing some research and...
I can't tell you anything about her.
I can't... Tell me, how did...
Why is she...
God, this guy's so tight-lipped. Call him Johnny Tight Lips. Oh, they got Johnny Tight Lips. Johnny, what do I tell your family? Tell them to suck a lemon. I ain't saying nothing.
Do you know anything about these crosses? I think there's some kind of code.
Looks like a lot of hen tracks to me, man.
The box. Have you got a Jenny tight lips? Shut the fuck. I was walking around this little town, wandered into a curio shop. He sold all sorts of things, weird stuff. I wouldn't be buying nothing, but I'd be leaving with a lot of questions. What do I tell your family? What family? Manic Mansion? If you're only going to play one LucasArts game, play Sam & Max. I've seen the art for Sam & Max.
Do you recognize this pattern?
Don't look familiar at all, sir.
Johnny tight lips. Gotta loosen those lips.
Do you recognize this pattern?
Don't look familiar at all.
Motherfucker. This guy is just not giving me nothing. Okay. You want a gift certificate to my bookshop?
Does this...
Oh, Voodoo Museum. What's it? They said the person will be back.
Welcome, my friend.
Hello there.
Hello.
I am the proprietor, Dr. John. If you have any questions, I will be happy to assist.
Morpheus?
Great. My name is Nike, and I'll probably take you up on that.
Dr. John is a huge man.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Toxic. Welcome back. Why am I walking so slowly?
This is quite a place you have here.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. I have dedicated myself to the preservation of this unique culture.
It's Worf from Star Trek.
It is gratifying to see others reap the fruits I have sown.
I'm going to ask you some questions.
Could I ask you some questions?
Okay, ask about voodoo.
What can you tell me about
voodoo?
Historical voodoo? Or the voodoo currently practiced in the city?
Historical voodoo?
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The killings in the newspaper? I know that they have nothing to do with true voodoo in New Orleans.
What do you think of New Orleans?
It is the only city in the United States as far as I am concerned.
Well, that's just not true. There's lots of cities.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It is one of the important ceremonial nights in voodoo.
Do you have any idea what Capri Saint-Gare means?
I fear my French is not all it should be, Mr.
Okay, Schottenjäger?
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No, I have not.
Tell me about yourself.
Me?
Yes, if you don't mind.
What is it you wish to learn?
Why did you open a voodoo museum?
Why did you open a voodoo museum?
The subject has fascinated me all my life, and I wanted to help preserve the cultural heritage it represents.
What kind of background in voodoo do you have?
What kind of background in voodoo do you have?
Let us say that I cut my teeth on it, Mr. Knight. It is in my blood.
Do you do anything besides run the museum?
Do you do anything besides run the museum?
No. The museum does not make me a rich man, but my material needs are simple. I prefer to focus on my one true interest in life.
What are your own religious beliefs?
What are your own religious beliefs?
My beliefs are too personal and too complex to discuss with a layman, Mr. Knight.
You saying I'm too stupid to understand?
Just tell me anything.
I am originally from the West Indies myself, you know.
Really? What brought you to New Orleans?
I was drawn here for personal reasons.
Voodoo stuff?
Just tell me anything.
I am a vegetarian.
Really? I can't imagine living without meat.
That must be the hunter in you, Mr. Knight.
Just a man used to hearing nonsense about his religion, so he doesn't open the doors to strangers. Yeah. What about historical voodoo?
Tell me about historical voodoo.
Very well. I will start at the beginning, Mr. Knight, and will go on from there at your prompting.
Sounds good.
As you may know, Voodoo is a grassroots religion formed by the mixing together of many different African tribal religions and Anglo religions, such as Catholicism or Protestantism.
Really?
In other words, it is a religion born of the African slave trade. But African slaves were imported not only by the United States, but also into the West Indies, where the French and Spanish ran plantation islands. Prior to 1803, the New Orleans area was owned by France. The French Creole in those days owned many African slaves. But the Creole did not permit their slaves to gather, giving no chance for Voodoo to breed here natively. The Creole also knew enough about the corrupted pagan practices of the West Indies slaves to ban the importing of slaves from that region.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that.
So, how did Voodoo come to New Orleans?
After the Louisiana Purchase, American legislators relaxed regulations. Slaves were permitted to gather. The Americans also removed the ban on West Indies slaves. Around the same time, a slave revolt occurred in Santo Domingo, what is now Haiti. Between the lifting of the ban and the Haitian revolt, West Indies slaves began pouring into New Orleans. Some of them were free people of color, freed or escaped slaves. Some came with their white owners who were fleeing from the revolt.
What do they call it? The Louisiana Purchase? I don't know what that is. Colt Ruckus. Hello, thanks for the follow. What's going on? Voodoo being connected to Protestantism is very interesting. I didn't know that. Anyone fill me in on what I'm missing here? I'm not too familiar with American history stuff. The big thing they talked about in American history, you also don't know what it is? Yeah, we don't get taught that stuff here. Louisiana Purchase was a big deal between the US and someone, a large portion of the US. America purchased a shit ton of land from the French, which the French totally owned, yeah. Acquisition of the territory of Louisiana by the United States from the French in 1803 in return for $15 million, or $18 per square mile. Jesus Christ. So the French definitely owned that land, and America bought it from them. And that's Louisiana. Okay, so they literally purchased Louisiana. I see. Finn, god damn it.
What happened when the West Indies slaves got here?
They brought voodoo with them. The native slaves were more than enthusiastic about embracing it. It gave them power, Mr. Knight, if only in the form of a communal bond. Among the first meeting places were the Bayou Saint John and the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The early voodoos were heavy snake worshippers, worshipping the one they called the Great Zombie.
That's interesting.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
By 1817, the voodoo activities were beginning to cause fear among the white slave owners. An ordinance was passed to forbid slave gatherings except in designated public areas at designated times. The time was Sunday afternoons and the place, Congo Square. The slaves and free people of color gathered to dance simulations of their voodoo dances, right in sight of Creole society. Of course, they also continued to meet in private for the real thing.
Right. Everything west of the Mississippi River to the Rockies, up to Canada. Right. The music here is great, isn't it? This is all, because this stuff, like, this is not something that we get taught here at all. Like, American history is not relevant to our studies here, so we don't learn about it. But it's interesting. It's really interesting. Especially, you know, when you've got, like, I don't know much about other than what I've seen in movies and shit, much about the slave period, the slave trade, and how that divided different states, and yeah, exactly, Siren. It's just, it's not relevant to us at all.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
Hey, Kit.
There were a variety of kings and queens at first, voodoo priests and priestesses. But from about 1830, a single power emerged. This was a voodoo queen named Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau ruled
Haiti is a
voodoo
really
in New
interesting
Orleans
history.
for many years.
Haiti? Hello? Covered in racism and massacres of people, but hey, manifest destiny.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
I've given you as much detail as I can, Mr. Knight.
Okay.
Look around the museum if you desire more information.
Voodoo I find really cool and interesting. Because, I mean, again, my knowledge of voodoo is limited to voodoo dolls and shrunken heads, you know? Like, it's a not at all a deep understanding of what is and was an actual religious belief. It's pretty boiled down to what it's Scooby-Doo levels of voodoo, you know?
Tell me
Scooby-Voodoo.
about current voodoo.
Many people think of voodoo in terms of magic spells or gree-gree. That kind of practice is actually called hoodoo, and is only a part of true voodoo. Voodoo, the religion, has a strong following in New Orleans. In fact, it is growing quite rapidly. There are several voodoo churches or temples in the city, and others all across the United States. African Americans see it as a tradition all their own. Whites, and there are many in their religion, are attracted to it because they think it is exotic.
Yeah, exotic. That's exactly right.
I am more interested in the history of voodoo. Some of the new movements are copying Haitian or even African voodoo. But it is the voodoo of New Orleans that I find so intriguing.
So it is really interesting stuff. It's a fascinating religion that pretty regularly gets reduced to superstitious villains to serve as convenient bad guys. Exactly, yeah. Angel Heart? It's Angel Heart. You're right, Kenny. Hey, Hulox, how are ya? Yeah, I don't know much about it. I mean, even with what he's saying, he's describing the history of it. This game is inspired by Angel Heart. I don't know what Angel Heart is. Is that a game or a person? I don't know what that is. I don't really know what people who follow voodoo believe. It's a film. Robert De Niro. Ah, okay. Haven't seen it. De Niro. Robert De Niro. Yeah, I'm curious as to what people who follow voodoo, like, what is their driving force? What is their belief? We've got the history.
Tell me more about current voodoo.
There are many voodooians in New Orleans. They often do business selling grigri, telling fortunes, providing
Grigri.
luck, and occasionally misfortune. Perhaps you would like to meet a voodooan. We refer those who seek a deeper experience with voodoo to a local practitioner, Magentia Moonbeam.
Sure, I'd love to meet her.
She lives on the corner of Orleans and Dauphine. I will call her and tell her you might stop by.
Cool.
Great, thanks.
Current voodoo?
Tell me more about...
You have tapped my resources.
Okay. Hoodoo. Tell me about hoodoo.
What exactly is hoodoo?
Hoodoo refers to magic folk traditions of the South. Hoodoo is a bastard of voodoo. Many of the grigri are similar, but hoodoo does not have the religious aspects of voodoo.
Okay. What else can you tell me about it?
Is there anything else I should know about hoodoo?
Not if your interest is primarily in voodoo. Hoodoo is of interest to those who study rural folk traditions, but it will not aid you in understanding true voodoo.
Okay.
Is there...
Not if you...
Interesting. 80s horror film called The Serpent and the Rainbow. I want to show him these.
Do these marks look familiar?
They look like the scribbling of a child to me.
Okay, thanks.
Or this one?
Do these...
Okay, well, we'll go and talk to what's her name, because it's a lead.
Gabriel cannot...
It's mostly ancestor work, patron saints, and healing magic. Very surface level and not much at all. I'm just really curious, because it's always intrigued me. The fact that it stems from something off of Protestant is particularly interesting to me. Hey, Outcast, how you doing? There's so many different versions of voodoo as well. Louisiana voodoo, specifically. African diasporic religion. It arose through a process of syncretism, fun word, combining different beliefs and various schools of thought, between the traditional religions of West Africa, Roman Catholic form of Christianity, and Haitian Vodou. Beliefs. Louisiana Voodoo has no formal theology. It displays its own spiritual hierarchy. Described a belief in a somewhat distant but single deity being part of the religion. Many practitioners of voodoo have not seen their religion as being as an intrinsic conflict with Roman Catholicism. There's a range of lesser deities. Particular respect to elders. Weird. There's a stronger Catholic influence in New Orleans. Charms created to harm or help are called grigri. I mean, again, there's that French influence coming in. Gris is grey in French. Grey. Again, curious, why is it called grey? French and Spanish, Louisiana. Interesting. It's just a sect of religious belief that seems to be self-contained in its own little world. It's different etymologically. Grigri. Well, then let's look it up. Grigri. Grigri talisman. Though the exact origins are unknown, some historians trace the word back to the Yoruba word juju, which is to mean a fetish, and not a fetish as in something you're into, but a fetish as in a token or a talisman, or the attributing of something to something. An alternative theory is the word originates with the French juju, meaning doll or plaything. You're right, so it isn't connected to grey at all. It just happens to be a similar word. Interesting. Let's go and talk with Moonbeam.
Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr. John called me about.
I guess so. My name is...
Wait? Gabriel Knight?
Finn.
You're too quick for me.
Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place, Mr. Knight. Tell me how I can help.
Okay.
A small draped table displays a crystal ball. A glass... The mask is... Magentia's bottles... Magentia moonbeam... The moonbeam red... A large... Apparently, Magentia is not a fastidious. It's an old...
Okay. Can I show you this drawing?
Does this mean anything to you?
These are magic symbols.
Really?
Deep magic.
Really? Have you seen them before?
No.
Then how do you know they're magic symbols?
Seeker, my eyes are unveiled to see truly that which is in front of me.
That's the way I see all psychics and mystics and all that shit. The magic power. Okay, explain it. I
Could
can't.
I ask you a few questions?
Of course.
That'll be $500.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo oils. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spouses to winning a lawsuit. But my spells and charms are powerful, and they work.
I'm sure they do.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Why, that has nothing to do with me and my clientele.
That's what
but
a murderer
I
would
can tell
say.
you that you should stay as far from it as possible. There is badness there. Very bad.
New Orleans?
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is the center of voodoo practice in the United States.
That's all you've got to say?
What can you...
It is a fascinating city.
So...
Fake? Let me tell you
I just got to keep
fake.
asking you about the same
if
stuff.
I get information through the grapevine and make use of it, is that fake? No. That is part of a voodoo yen's power. If people don't believe, there is not much I can do. But if they do believe, that is a part of my power too. But there are things, monsieur, things not even a little bit fake, I can tell you. Believe it or not, but stay away from it.
Yeah.
What can you...
Much of a voodoo yen's work, I make special protective gree-gree to be worn in secret.
Okay. St. John's
What's
Eve?
the significance of St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve, it is the greatest night of the voodoo year. There is always a traditional conclave on St. John's Eve. Most of our voodoo churches these days hold functions in the church hall. But in the old days, they had ceremonies out in the wild, and they wore animal masks and had a huge bonfire and dancing. I used to go when I was an apprentice. Sometimes in the swamp, you know, Bayou St. John. Sometimes at the lake, Lake Pontchartrain.
What's the
Special ceremonies are performed, and the lower come to ride the faithful.
Okay. Cabri sounds cool.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Car means?
No.
Does
No,
any
I
fucking
don't.
one speak French in this fucking town? Alright. I was going to try and hold until I finish this conversation, but I'm actually really interested in what she has to say. And I have to piss. So, if you'll sit tight, I'm just going to go and... Wait. Mouse. I'm just going to go and run for a piss break, and I'll have a ciggy while I'm at it. We'll do some break time shout-outs. I'll be super quick. I won't be long. Leave you with some tunes. And I'll be right back. I'm going to dive deeper into this scam artist. Yeah, Siren, we're trying to figure it out. It's something without heart or something. Hi, Echidna, good morning.
Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting. Your viewership is important to us, and the Monolith will be back with you as soon as possible.
Yo! Welcome back. Yukon, what's up, man? Hey, Brucey. Ash. G'day, Ash. How we doing? Komodo, good morning. Is a Kickstarter going on for Velocipasta 2? Jesus Christ. Good to see you all. Thanks for being here. It's nice to be back. It's weird to be back. Amazing what a week changes, you know? I feel like I'm talking too loud or not loud enough or not often enough. Bangers. Hope we're all doing good. Thanks for being here. I am enjoying this a lot. It's... I read there was a... On the cover of the game, it says something like... Hang on, I gotta find it. Go to supermarket. No worries, Carl's. See you either later...
Saved by the coffee!
Later on or, whenever. Safe travels. I'll probably go for another maybe hour or so. Zero. Thanks for coming in on the crime tier on coffee for another month, man. Welcome back. What is Schuttenjäger? I don't know. Jaeger is hunter. Schutten. I know what that is. Yeah, someone said in a magazine, according to about this game, the first time we've experienced fear from watching a computer game. Like, I'm not experiencing a lot of fear with this, but it's interesting. It was the mime, yeah. Pure fear. They call it a mime. The story's intriguing, sometimes creepy, yeah. Doing it wrong, yeah. Cabri sans cool. He really Frenches it up. Cabri. I want to hear him say it again.
Do you have any idea what Cabri sans coeur means?
No. No, I don't.
Tell me about Marie Laveau.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Ooh, you had to French that up too.
Yes, she was the first of the great voodoo queens.
Sorry, I can't help it.
Tell me about the animal masks.
I saw them used once or twice when I was younger, but you don't see them much anymore. They're too close.
Too close to what?
Just bad karma.
Karma? Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about yourself.
Yes? What would you like to hear?
How'd you get into this business?
How'd you get into this business?
I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the
Instead of Frenching it up, he'd southern it up? Oh my god, it would be way better.
Really?
Marie Laveau.
You have never heard of her? For shame.
Gabriel
I
sans
can
coeur.
see you know little of the world of magic.
I'm beginning to get that impression, yes.
Hey? Do you know about it? Never heard of it. I think if you pronounce anything French like particularly poorly, omelette du fromage.
What kind of people come to see you?
Seekers after the truth, such as yourself.
What else do you do?
Do you do anything else?
I am a voodoo yen, and that is plenty. It takes much spiritual effort.
How many voodoo yens are there?
How many voodoo yens are there?
No one knows exactly. Many practice in secret. There are probably hundreds. But of course the level and the power of the voodoo yens differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gifts.
It just occurred to me why I find it funny. It's that scene from Inglourious Bastards. That's why it's funny. Or a lammy.
Tell me anything at all.
I haven't always lived in New Orleans. I came here from Kansas as a young woman.
Okay.
Tell me.
I began studying voodoo more than 20 years ago.
Brilliant.
I can't.
Very.
Grigri.
Give me an example of a
Margarete.
All right. Here's an old one. Take a lodestone and some brimstone to a crossroads at midnight. Light the brimstone with a match, and a spirit will come and give you advice in gambling.
Struggle with French pronunciation in Canada? People ask, why do you say it wrong? Because I'm fucking American and my family's from the South. There's a lot of French, like French Canada's like a large chunk of it, right? Wrong fetish, Finn. Okay.
Does this mean anything?
I can be.
Well, I guess I'll be gone now.
As you will.
Quebec? I don't know. Never been. I thought Vancouver was quite French as well, isn't it? Back to the Getty estate then.
I was saved by the coffee!
Railgun therapy. Hold up, let me just open up coffee. Railgun. Coming in with the big fucking kahuna burger. Renting a horror for the month. Yet another month at the horror tier. Jesus fucking Christ. Good month to be at the horror tier, I think. That's a big one. Thank you very much, Railgun. Thanks for another fucking month at the big boy tier. Jesus. Quebec City is cool, yeah? I want to go to Canada. I want to live there. I'm going to move there.
The knocker is...
Move this.
May I help you?
Magazine subscriptions for sale.
I have a fine selection of magazine subscriptions for sale. We do not welcome solicitors.
You shut the door in my face. Should we go talk to Dr. John again?
This is the last page.
Okay. I don't know what to do. To the drugstore again?
Hi.
Can I offer you a brick in this trying time?
Have you always lived in New Orleans?
My papa and his papa and his papa, all the way back to the days of Marie Laveau we've been living here.
It's a long time to be living here. It's like 3 papas. Our papa, his papa, her papa.
How's business?
Business is popping.
Like always.
Can you ask about the alligator in the jacket?
Talking to that would be
It's just one of the customers.
Can I ask you just a few more
Toronto's
questions?
nice.
Whatever, man.
Spent a good chunk of your youth there. Fuck yeah.
It's important that I can't. Have you ever...
Marie, she's somebody.
What can you...
I'm a busy man.
What do you know?
Monsieur. These are novels.
What's this?
I've said.
Really doesn't
have you...
Man, I don't...
Do you know anything?
Like the ones in the... Right? I used to sell a few. The only one left is Willie.
Willie Jr.
About Willie Jr. Would you be willing to let him go?
Maybe. For $100.
$100
$100 for the alligator mask?
Me and Willie Jr. very close. No. I could part with him for less.
By the coffee.
Major stubble. Are you and Willie Jr. close as well? Stubble, coming in on the action tier on coffee. Thanks for renting an action flick for the month. Much appreciated, man. Cheers. Welcome back. Good coffee day. $100 for an alligator in a raincoat? That's a fucking steal.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.? Don't insult.
He wants $100 for Willie. I've got a gift card.
Does this...
Or a covert back page ad. $100 for Willie Jr. We'll go back to the bookshop.
Lucy, home.
Really wish you wouldn't do that. Yeah. Open the cash register. Can I take $100?
Gabriel checks the...
Gabriel, that's all the change money I have.
Would I do that too? Would I?
Okay, I can't take it. Can I put a brick?
Gabriel's financials.
I need to make $100. Can I have $100?
Got a minute?
Schwarzenegger?
Have you?
No.
I don't... Tell me about...
What else?
No.
Suit yourself.
Messages
you
for
have...
me?
Nope.
Could...
Sure.
Look up Madame Cazanou.
I need you to look up a Madame Cazanou.
Madame Cazanou? Is she related to the murders the same way your friend Malia Getty was?
No.
Grace. Cazanou is at least 70.
As
Better
if that
respect
makes
a man who
difference
understands
to
the
you.
value of a good Willie.
Okay, I'll see what I can find.
She
Anything
thought
else?
it was funny too.
I can't...
Okay.
Madame Cazanou? So is she researching it now, or... What?
Seen any good...
I saw a great doc.
You mean small, dark place?
Well...
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you?
Can you tell me about Madame Cazanou now?
Could you?
Sure.
I can...
Okay.
What do you...
I know you shouldn't be messing.
What?
You're the Nate.
What can... Are you Do you know...
Wasn't she?
That's right.
Well,
Voodoo
you just heard
Queen?
her...
Do you know anything about...
I really...
Tell me about it.
What else?
No, nothing, I guess.
No.
Suit yourself.
Do you have...
Nope.
There's no one in that... There's no...
I don't know what you want.
There's no need to...
Do. There's another mask. Can I take that?
I don't think putting on a Mardi Gras mask right now...
Of course it would help. Putting on a Mardi Gras mask? It's always going to help.
I don't think putting...
Gabriel does...
What are you talking about?
Gabriel minders...
Oh my...
Gabriel... There's nothing, Gabriel. The curtain.
Move it.
Okay. Is this today's newspaper? Or is it different?
Today.
It's gonna be...
Gabriel. Moving.
Let me read the fucking thing. Yeah. Hey, Nova. Yeah, it's been a week.
Dated June 19, 1993. A front-page article describes the most recent of the Voodoo murders. Gabriel scans it but learns nothing new. The article reiterates that the voodoo aspect of the crimes is fake. Gabriel shivers. It looked real enough to him. Elsewhere, there's an article about the history of Jackson Square, called La Plaza d'Armas. Under French rule, it was used for executions, firing squads, hanging, even impalement and breaking on the wheel. Yikes. Of course, these days it's mostly a hangout for tourists, street musicians, and local artists. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Chances of a dark star rising on this day. Do not trust your instinct.
I feel a dark star rising, all right.
Tim, please. Yeah, Nova, it's been a week, dude. It has been a week. Globetrotter. Passing by before bed when I say last night you were watching the Zelda rerun. Now you're a man. Yeah, that's a good one. Good to see you, Globetrotter. Have a good night. Thanks for popping by and thanks for hanging out for the rerun. I like that the narrator seems to be getting less and less interested as we go along. Good morning. The scariest game up to this point was Gilligan's Island. Oh, man. Okay.
See you.
Have fun.
How's it going? It's going, as. Going. Trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing.
The banana.
Have a look. What do you think? Hey? Going where bone sauce is? Zone bar is ready.
There is...
Exit. Hey, Gaza, how you doing? Good morning. You stuck at work, as? Yeah, sounds like work's been kicking your ass lately. I hope it improved. Tap Dancing Man! I want some of that! Tap 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 tap. Who just goes to the park and starts tap dancing on a fucking plank of wood?
You dance pretty well for a kid.
Give me some money, then.
I don't have any.
Don't block the
Internal
view,
speaker
mister.
plus that kid. It's a Nolan's thing.
Could I get a lucky dog, please?
Not now, I'm busy.
Not now, I'm
An
busy.
ambitious person? In the 90s? Ah, amazing. There's no one there to interrogate.
You mind if...
Yeah.
Why?
Because
Oh.
You don't look very busy. Can I offer you a brick in this trying time?
Using that, what would a little...
I have this... It's good for $20.
Really?
You could take this
Hey, take the gift certificate.
If you'll
Give me a lucky dog.
A lucky dog for a $20 gift certificate? Well, sure. Here you go.
Work's been rough to say the least. Yeah, man. I got a lucky dog. Yeah, open it. No. Mustard is teasingly poured into a pattern-like shape. Gabriel's eyes can make no sense of it. Okay. Open it.
Although the must...
Open it.
That...
Look at the lucky dog.
The
Plump and juicy. Just how I like my lucky dogs. Hey, kid, you want a lucky dog?
Using that on...
You wouldn't like a lucky dog by any chance.
Would I?
And now he eats the lucky dog.
Thanks, mister. You got any special requests? Let me know.
Okay.
You mentioned something about special
Faye, it's good to see you.
Yeah. You got one?
Can you do... What? The Nutcracker Suite in D minor?
Can you do the Nutcracker Suite in D minor?
Say what?
Oh, never mind.
What about when the Saints go marching in?
How about when the Saints go marching in?
Sure. Hey guys, Saints!
You got it, kid.
Hell yeah! It's infuriating how slightly off time he is. Like he's in, but he's also not.
That was great. Thanks.
Is that all I get for my lucky dog? You do Saints again. Okay.
Can't think of it.
So I can...
There's no one to talk. That's a rather... People seem to park a...
I mean, I got a $20 gift certificate and a lucky dog, which I gave to a tap dancing kid who can now tap dance to when the Saints go marching in when I tell him to. That makes sense. that makes sense. I'm following. Hey, what you painting?
Nice drawing of the cathedral. Thanks. It's really precise.
Well, I'm an architectural student, actually. It's good practice.
I'm an architectural student. Mind if I ask you some questions?
Could I ask you some questions?
I'd rather not. I really get focused when I'm drawing.
Okay, fine.
Architectural student, huh? Maybe you can make some sense of these drawings.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with this pattern?
I'm a student. I don't take commissions.
Oh.
Okie dokie. How about if I show you this photo from a grisly murder scene?
What would the artist do with that?
Even the narrator was like, dude, what the fuck? Don't do that. Hey, man, what the fuck?
The juggler is busy.
Juggler's busy? What if I throw a brick at him? Hey, juggle this.
Why do that with the juggler? There's no need to write on that.
Right? Sorry.
There's no need using that on...
Did she say right?
There's no need to write on that.
With the brick? I can use the brick to write on something? Hold the fucking phone. Take the phone and hold it somewhere. Just hold it up for a sec.
I was saved by the coffee!
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Coffee going off today. Machine gun.
I was saved by the
and
coffee!
Gamer Zone. Machine gun coming at the action tier for another month. Thank you very much, Machine gun. And Gamer Zone, crime tier for the month. Thank you. Fucking oath. Thanks for supporting the show without putting any money in the pockets of Jeffrey Bezos. Motherfucker. Echidna, you don't feel well? Gonna go rest? Alright. Rest up. Feel better soon. Hope you feel better soon. As long, I hope there's no small child tap dancing when the Saints go marching in outside your bedroom window. Voodoo Museum. Why would I need to write something with a brick?
There's no need to... Gabriel likes the idea of leaving marks on the... Gabriel likes the idea of...
Right!
There's no reason using...
Okay.
Using that on...
I feel like I'm close. I've got a list of...
Gabriel cannot put his sketch back on the wall.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, and off goes gardening man. I feel like I'm real close.
Those two are the partial pattern from the crime scenes.
G'day, devils. How are you, mate?
Gabriel. That object doesn't...
I'm trying to open it.
Gabriel has a photo. It's Gabriel. Looking at...
I have 3 different...
Those two... The police fight.
How do I connect them? For fuck's sake.
The letter is written in German. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Villa. One of the real... The only thing that Gabriel can decipher about the letter. The letter... Those two...
Can I use...
Gabriel can... Gabriel...
Tweezers? Do I use the tweezers?
Those two are... Using...
Oh, I feel like I'm really close to figuring out what I'm supposed to be doing here. Haruka? Morning. Welcome back. Police station, Napoleon House, Jackson Square, Cathedral. I haven't been back there today yet. Forgive me, Father, for I am here to brag again. I slept with 20 women last night. How many did you sleep with? Huh?
The panel behind the mesh...
Can I talk to him or what? Hey, there he is. I'd like to make a confession.
I'd like to make a confession.
All right. If it will make you feel better.
I think I just need an overall apology to the universe.
I see. Apology noted.
Thanks, Father.
Is there anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Goodbye, then.
I got
Peace
another confession to make. I slept with like 40 women. It was the best, the best, the best, the best, the best. Hello, Haruka. Hello. I think the priest has confessions to make. He used a toy on a little boy. A boy. Sorry. Sorry. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Look, a cat. Behold. This music is oddly fitting for the cat having shown up. So saith the Lord, we shall be blessed with a four-legged creature with whiskers and a fat tummy. Look at the little tummy. Behold, saith the Lord, thine butthole, for it shall be presented. Why? Sweet cat, she is sweet. There was a mime in the game on screen before. A mime! And she was attacking him. attacking the monitor. It was really sweet. When you were last in New Orleans, a clever cat was asleep in the churchyard, soaking up the sun behind the gate so people couldn't get to her, but she could go in and out whenever she wanted. That's sweet.
There's no...
Can I go in here, please?
The door.
I've been in here. Can I take the cross off the wall?
Crucifix.
I want that.
Gabriel doesn't have...
Gimme.
There's nothing. The crucifix might come in handy. But Gabriel does not feel guilt-free enough to wield it.
What do I gotta do? Go back to confession?
Gabriel doesn't. Gabriel doesn't. Gabriel, the mirror.
Narrator's like, stop trying to take everything. Then there's a Fisherman's Friends. Yeah, man! I have a collection of Fisherman's Friends and just various mints. I like mints. I got a lot of minty things. I got my antihistamines. I got my notebooks. Got my mints. And in other news, a lightsaber! Yeah, Fisherman's Friend at your desk too. They're so good. Yeah, I got my monsters and some water. I got my phone. I'm gonna have a Fisherman's Friend right now. Come. I got my vape batteries charging. I got a fan for the remote. A remote for the fan. My lens caps that I put on and take off as we go. I got some blue tack, which I tend to just fiddle with. A good little fiddly guy. I even have toothpicks. Never know when you need them. A lot of stuff on my desk. This cable mess right here, I don't like very much. But because they all come out the back of this and into the thing, there's not much I can do about it. They're not going to get much slimmer than it is. Not going to improve much. Got my controller. A KVM switch. Switch between the two PCs. What is Fisherman's Friend? It's just a mint. This is citrus flavor. This music is making showing a Fisherman's Friend mint really like epic. So saith the Lord. Fisherman's Friend strong lozenges containing menthol. First developed in 1865 for deep sea fishermen working in extreme conditions. Seven gets these ordered to the house every month. Hey? And I forget every month and they show up and I'm like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, they are pretty strong. You get used to them. They're not so strong for me now. And whenever Seven has them, they... That's alright. I've got all sorts of stuff on my desk. I like to be... I've got some Sharpies here. I got a... This is a pen. I didn't realize this was a pen. I got a pen that's also a light. Highlighting how dirty my keyboard is. It's good to be prepared, you know? You never know what you're gonna need. Shit. Vape coils there. Yeah. Cat hair everywhere. Vape juice. There's some ibuprofen under that as well. Anyway. Thanks for coming to my desk tour. Can I leave? These guys are ahead of the game. They're already playing the Saints song. Why do I want you to play when the Saints go marching in?
You mentioned... Did you do Saint... Yeah.
I gave a thing to the vendor, and then he gave me a lucky dog. I gave the dog to the tap dancing kid, and now he's tap dancing some more. So then he'll just keep
That was
on
great.
dancing.
Thanks.
'Cause I gave him a lucky dog. Wait, I haven't been to this side yet. Bluesy. Is this because when the Saints go marching in is royalty free, so they just used it as much as they could? Love a bit of 12 bar blues though. I done a bad thing, cutting my brother in half.
That's pretty good blues for a 12-year-old.
Reference for most of you. Whew, straight over the head. But good movie.
My only friend is a fish. I'm a fisherman. You call me fisherman's friend. 99% sugar-free. Fisherman's friend. Strong lozenges containing menthol were first developed in 1965 for deep sea fishermen.
I don't know why fishermen would need, like deep sea fishermen would need mints. Because they can just taste salt water and fish smell. You don't want none of this shit, do we? I don't want to get addicted. It's non-habit forming. I can't afford to buy drugs. It's the cheapest drug there is. You don't want none of this shit. It makes sex even better. I think I want some of that. Dewey Cox. Good movie. Very good movie. Stupid fucking movie. Watching that tomorrow? Alright, we can do that. Turns your bad feelings into good feelings. Voodoo Museum. Police station? Guilty as charged. Cocaine. I ain't never tried no cocaine. What's happening? Oh, he's repairing the thermostat? Can I just walk in?
There's a photocopy machine. There's a photocopy. The electrician has left his... Gabriel is no handyman. Why do that? There's a temperature gauge of the security.
Do I want to make it really hot?
I'm doing the best I... Mostly my man.
Knight, come on in. Whew, it's hot in here.
Is he going to take off his jacket?
Dang, the air conditioning must be on the blink. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot.
He took his jacket off. Oh, and then I'm going to ask him for a coffee.
Can I ask you about some... How about getting...
What? Hey. Yeah.
And then he goes to get the coffee, and I fuck with his jacket.
Some people are never satisfied.
Thanks, Mark Hamill. And then...
I think I'll just borrow this badge.
Woo! Hey, what are you doing with my coat?
Nothing. I thought I saw something crawling on it.
I got a cop badge. And then I go to... and then I go to their house and I'm like, hey, I'm a cop. Brilliant.
Thanks. Tons. I mean it.
I mean it. I beat it.
This...
Hey, Evi, how you doing? And then... Getty Estate. And then I interact with...
May I help you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
I'm
today, at least. I have official business. You can tell from my police badge that I'm not going to open.
My name is Detective Mosley. I'm here on police business. Really? How interesting. Wait here. I'll inform Miss Giddy. Miss Giddy will see you.
Miss Giddy.
Right this way.
My very real police badge.
Miss Giddy will be down shortly. Thank you.
Well, hello there.
What can I do for you, Detective?
What can't you do? Let's have a quick...
Beautiful women.
They are.
Beautiful women.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
I like fire.
I've
Modern.
More or less.
Nah.
Thank you.
On down.
Yeah.
I can imagine. Oh, nothing. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Miss Giddy?
I assume that's what you're here for, Detective.
Raging fire in a hot climate. Ask about Voodoo. I'm just going to ask her everything.
What can you tell me about Voodoo?
Voodoo? Why would you want to know about that, Detective? It's rather silly, isn't it?
There's nothing silly about the Voodoo murders.
But that voodoo is faked. That's what I've read in the papers.
That's what the papers say, all right.
But you're not convinced?
No, frankly, I'm not. The police department isn't known for its imagination.
Oh. Well, I can see that your imagination is considerable.
Voodoo murders?
What do you know about the Voodoo murders?
The murders? Only what I read in the papers.
And what do you read in the papers?
I'm sure you know much more about it than I, Detective.
What do you know about the Voodoo murders?
The murders? Only what I read in the papers.
Okay.
And
I'm sure you know much more.
How much voodoo can you do?
Voodoo, you voodoo, bitch.
Guys remember that song from Dead Island?
Suck blood like a vampire without mourning.
Tell me about your life in New Orleans.
The Getty family came to New Orleans in 1800. We worked very hard to get where we are. On the other hand, we've done a lot for this community.
I can believe that. You're doing a lot for me right now.
Come on, dude.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I believe it's some sort of local holiday, but I don't know much about it.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Gar means?
No, I don't. What does it mean, Detective?
That's confidential information, ma'am. Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
I have heard of her, of course, but that's about it.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? I don't know what you mean.
Okie dokie. Schottenjäger.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with that,
She
Detective.
really hasn't got much to say about all this other stuff. Okay, tell me about... Oh, I'm gonna flirt with her.
Excuse me, but your eyes are really distracting. I don't think I've ever seen a color quite like that brownish gold. It's so deep and rich. Man, if I could bottle that, I'd make a fortune.
Thank you, Detective. That's an interesting observation, though probably not relevant to your case.
I'm not a cop.
A good detective never knows what might be relevant, Miss Getty.
Then you must be truly exceptional at your job.
Cocky.
Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about yourself.
I suppose I don't really have a choice. What do you want to know, Detective?
What kind of things interest you? Me?
What kind of things interest you?
I don't have a lot of free time, but I do appreciate the arts. Opera, symphony, ballet, fine art. If you look around, you'll see that we collect African art, for example.
Yes, it's very beautiful.
It is, Detective. It means a great deal to me.
African art is really cool. I have a little piece. I've actually got a little statue thing. It was a gift. It's the Thinker, like, you know, the classic the Thinker thing, but it's African carved wooden sculpture.
Do you have a career?
A career? Being the head of the Getty family is a 24-hour-a-day job. We have many holdings and many responsibilities, financial and otherwise. The management of our business affairs and properties leaves me with time for little else.
Poor little rich girl?
Believe it or not, Detective, wealth does have its price.
Must be so hard to be rich.
Tell me about your family.
The Gettys?
Inherited wealth.
We're
what a
a
hard
very
life.
private family.
How many people are there in your family?
Well, my mother just passed away.
I am sorry.
So am I. She was a magnificent woman. We were very close. I was an only child.
And your father?
I never knew him.
It's hard to believe that any man would leave a woman like you. Or like your mother must have been.
He did not leave, Detective. But that's really none of your concern.
I'm sorry. Go on.
There are, of course, other Gettys in the city.
Okay.
I have a large, extended family.
I see.
You got a husband? Boyfriend?
Do you have a husband? A boyfriend?
I'm very independent, Detective. The women in my family have always preferred it that way.
So, you've never been married?
No, and I never will be.
What about children?
Yes, that is likely. Someday.
Tell me about anything.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I do a lot of charity work around the city, primarily in the prison and reform system. I'm not a professional sociologist, but it does interest me.
Okay.
I wouldn't know where.
As you wish, Detective.
How about Lake Pontchartrain?
Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake?
I wish I could, but I've never seen or heard anything unusual at the lake, and I do spend quite a bit of time out there. I think this has gone on long enough. You're not really a detective, are you?
You got me.
Who, me? Well, I am on this case, Miss Getty.
I saw you at the lake yesterday. I thought you must be with the police since you were there, but you don't act like a police officer. Besides, I'm rather certain that the other man said his name was Mosley.
All right, you caught me. I'm not with the police. My name is Gabriel Knight. I'm a writer working with Detective Mosley on a book.
Well, Mr. Knight, now that we've established who you are, perhaps you can tell me the real reason you're here.
Well, I am researching the book, and I thought you might have seen or heard
Impersonating
something
a
at the
police
lake.
officer is kind
I
of a big
don't
deal,
like
right?
liars, Mr. Knight.
Okay, you're right. I really just wanted to see you again. You can be mad at me if you want, but I swear, I've never done anything like this before.
Mr. Knight, you've lied about your identity and wasted my time with meaningless questions. If it weren't vaguely flattering, I'd really be angry. You're lucky I don't call the real police. I think you should go, Mr. Knight.
Okay.
Malia, wait. If you just give me a chance.
I've wasted enough time. I'll have Robert show you out.
Can I hide before Robert comes in?
Robert,
No, he's coming.
show Mr. Knight out, please.
Can I brick him in the head?
I most certainly will.
Oh.
Thank you very much. I had a lovely time. Ah, shit.
Thinker is an interesting sculpture. It's one of the very few modern sculptures to be known worldwide, like some of the older ones, like David or Venus. Something about it just captures in the mind. Yeah, and the one that I've got, I've packed it. It's fucking packed away in a box, so I can't pull it out and show you. But curious if I can find something similar to what I've got. It's very... Oh, here it is. From Ghana. It's a little slim. I guess they're not going to be uniform, are they? Because I think they're hand-crafted, but... Hand-crafted? Hand-carved and hand-crafted, but... I've got... It's like that. It's... yay big. I just really love it. Just an interesting little piece, you know? I like it a lot. The dimensions are a bit different and the carving's a little bit different, but that's roughly the idea. Heaps of different versions of it. Henry Moore. Miss Candela, how you doing? Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Similar style, isn't it? But especially this one. Yeah, big time. Oops. Steve said, "No, you're all good. Art's really interesting. I want to get more art. I don't have much." Yeah, I'm all right. Candela, you know, alive.
Gabriel doesn't need any grass.
I think that's for Gabriel to decide, isn't it?
The marks in the grass don't. Gabriel is on the patches of grass have. Gabriel can. The marks. Gabriel has. Gabriel can. The marks are.
Okay.
There's no reason.
Wait. Can I use the brick?
Those two. There's no reason to use that. There's use it. You.
Okay. Exit. How old is this game? 93, I think? I probably should try and return the badge, huh? Long story short, Fusion, we didn't end up moving. The move didn't happen. You can check the first hour of the VOD, or there's some... I've posted in Discord about it. It's been a pretty shitty time, so I don't feel like repeating it over and over again. What's the problem? Lost your badge?
Hey, bud. You! Last time I looked.
Give me my badge right now.
Oh, is that why you're so excited? If you knew what I needed it for.
I'm sure it was to impress a woman.
Kind of.
You could have asked. You know how embarrassing it is to admit your badge was stolen? I had a photo with the chief, and he wanted me wearing it. I should lock you up, Knight.
I suppose you could. Seems to me, though, there was that time you borrowed my bike without mentioning it. Right from in front of my shop.
Yeah, don't remind me. Just don't do it again.
Okay. I won't do it again.
It's hot in here. Dang, the air conditioning must be on the blink. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot.
Is he really just going to take his jacket off again? With the badge on it again? So I can steal it again? I got 81 of 342 possible points. It's day 2 of I don't know how many. Hey! Debuff Bluff, bringing in Shikiri. Shikiri? Shikirie? Shakira? If it's Shakira, if that's how you're supposed to, I don't know. Thank you, Debuff. Thank you very much for the gifty. Paying it forward from Rev. Fuck yeah. Make sure Stole the Badge is still there. Beautiful. Oh, shit. Got my vape. Well, we've made it to day 2. I managed to speak with, what's her name? Getty? I don't know how to put together the pieces of the scroll that I have. I have a lot of that stuff that I need to figure out. We got into the clock. We figured out a few things. We're learning about Voodoo. Hey, Zetrov. It's good to see you, mate. It's good to be back. A week off felt weird and bad. We're learning stuff. Learning a lot of stuff. Who do? You do. I think for today, that's pretty good. Pretty good for a first day back. I don't want to overdo it. But I'm going to be back tomorrow with more Gabriel Night. In fact, it's all Gabriel Night this week until the end of the week. I'm going to try and do Final Fantasy Adventure and try and wrap that up because I think we've only got one stream left. And next week we start Nuzlocke November. So I want to get this done. If I can. If I can. But I want to go and hang out with someone who's on. WKC playing RimWorld. Yeah, Nuzlocke November is going to be fucking good. I'm really excited. 2 games this year. Oh, Chus is on? Is he on early? Or has he just started or something? Why can't I see him? Oh, Rain Dog's also doing Dead Space. Fuck, so many delicious choices. RimWorld, Dead Space, or Evil Within? Oh, it's all good. It's all good choices.
Twitch doesn't work. The platform's fucked.
Well, regardless, go and hang out with WKC. WKC's great. It's just the letter W and the name Casey. Juicer Prime. And The Rain Dog. All 3 wonderful streamers. I'm going to pick one of them. And I'll see you over there, and I will see you tomorrow for more Gabriel Night, and I'll see you in Discord. And again, thank you everyone for being here today. My first day back after one of the worst weeks of my life. It's up there, certainly up there. Maybe not the worst, but it's up there. Thank you everyone for your raids today, bringing everyone around. The subs and resubs and gifted subs and prime subs, everyone who's been dropping tips and wanting to look after me and Sev after the week we've had. Thank you very much. And all the kind words and just being lovely, wonderful people. Thanks. Thanks for making things feel doable. More doable, anyway. Everyone on Coffee, thank you very much for not splitting that share with Twitch. It's been a good day. I will see you all tomorrow. More Gabriel Night. But until I see you, please everybody stay safe. Seriously, stay safe. World's fucked out there. Don't die. I'll see you when I see you. Tomorrow, the next day, next week, next month, next year. Whenever it happens to be. Take care.